Hello, Miss Ellenware. Ilaikos. Megatron. Hello, hello. I'm just gonna do one last second preparations because I've just sprayed myself with dry shampoo, so I wanna use. Hello. Sweet Lu. Oh my goodness. Sweet Lucy? I am sweet. There is nothing sweet about me. I've been called sweet before. I've been characterized as sweet before. I'm not sure why. Okay. What a my uh, mm, my hair at the front is still so short, but at least it's here. At least the hair is here now. So now I just have to wait for it to grow or something. Plus one. Why LOL? What happened? What happened? Why are you laughing? I should hide my ear. Which look is better? Concealed ear or showing ear? I'm gonna show you. Concealed ear. Oh my goodness, I need more thickness in the hair. Why don't you just wear a wig or something? Concealed hair, exposed hair. I should go for a Jewish wife look. So I should shave my hair, conceal it under a thing, and wear a wig. That would solve all of my problems. Hello, Lenitas. Going for a Jewish wife aesthetic. Your hair has been so lovely lately. Wow. Wait, does that mean that it's not been lovely before? I mean, okay, I'll take the compliment. I'll take the compliment of it being lovely lately. But see, it's still so short here. You see? It's still short. Oh, wait for it to grow. We've got topics today. We've got so many topics today. Well, okay, I'm over exaggerating. Now I'm overselling it. I know a religious trans Jewish woman who started wearing covering after her because tradition. Yeah, I mean you have to shave it first. You have to shave it off first. That's the tradition. The tradition isn't just covering your hair. The tradition is you shave it during the wedding. Right before the wedding, you shave it off. Or rather, people shave it for you. And you wear a wig. People assume that the hair covering thing is like a exclusively Muslim thing, but it's not. People just don't know much about the Jewish tradition. That's why people assume that the hair covering thing is like primarily a Muslim thing. I'm here to inform you it's not. I know that is in the Ashkenazi tradition you shave it. Even in the Yentl, the yeshiva boy play, Yentl gets married to a woman, and that woman has her head shaved right before the wedding, and she says, "Oh no, not my hair," and she cries a bit. and then a wig. It's very voluminous. I like the hair to be voluminous. It's been so thin before. If you will go and watch early streams when I had camera on, it was so thin. It was so sad. Even though people told me it was okay. Why is that the trading? What do you mean? Tradition? It has something to do with. God, I'm trying to remember. It has something to do with God. just like, just like men not being able to shave their beard has something to do with the hair being sacred in some way. That men can just trim it with scissors, but cannot just shave it. The same with the pace, growing the pace. I'm gonna Google it right now. There you go. It's about some ritual that tests a woman's faithfulness. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. The pace. Pace. It's called pace in Polish. Yeah. It was a Christian thing for nuns. That's interesting. We're gonna be talking about the Kristallnacht today, possibly. If we're doing a bit of a warm up first. Oh, I'm gonna live chat. Maybe I'll just drink water for now. So let me check something. Let me get the. We're gonna try to get some viewers from President Sunday. How President Sunday is not streaming right now? Stealing my views. Nobody could resist this. There we go. What a weird freeze frame. Okay. Jesus. So how is everyone? How is everybody? How are you? How are you? Oh yeah, I'm gonna count on my fingers. How are you? You, 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 and especially you, the seventh one. You're my favorite. You've always been my favorite. Seventh viewer. I'm vibing. Vibing to the stream. Good. Why aren't you at the on the page, Miss Eldemir? Mentally preparing for bed. I ain't going to bed. I ain't going to bed. I read some I read some of the book and there's an interesting sentence that I want to share with you. It's about Israel, of course, because Israel is the new topic that everybody has to speak on. And of course, everybody's doing their research streams on Israel Palestine conflict because everybody's an expert on this topic now. Everybody became an expert overnight, seemingly, especially Stephen Banel II. Oof. Let me translate to you as an interesting sentence. I find it really interesting. There you go. Polish Jewish people, I think this is a, a Zionist activist, Yitzhak Nissenbaum, uh, visited Poland, the Congress Kingdom, a month earlier, and he wrote in his memoir, I spent a month in Poland, and no matter how much I tried spreading the ideas of Zionism, it was all in vain. Polish Jewish people were for me a source of unending bafflement. On the one hand, they pray 3 times a day and say, may our eyes see the return to Zion. But on the other hand, they are deeply rooted in anti-Semitic Poland and have expressed aggressive defiance or aggressive how do you say? Oh, have expressed aggressive objection to the idea of actually returning to Zion. And Zionists did not fare much better among the assimilationists. All the enlightened Jewish people in our country will be disgusted by Zionism, wrote a journalist to a weekly magazine. How can a loyal citizens of a country accept the idea of leaving that country? There you go. I've given you a little bit of a glimpse into the situation. In the Congress Kingdom of Poland when it came to spreading the idea of Zionism. It was it was extremely unpopular in Poland. And then Bund was sort of Bund came to exist, and Bund was a much more popular movement. Hands down, a lot more people were Bundists than Zionists. Who of you knows? Who of you remembers what Bund was? Well, technically speaking, it still exists in the US. Who among you knows about Bund? Hello, Greater Ain't. Greater Ain't, you rolled your eyes at me in the comment. Can you explain why? Also, Greater Ain't, you might have seen I have responded to your email. I have responded to your email. Shit needed me, James Bond. Shouldn't it be very bad for 1850 Palestine, Israel, Ottoman Empire to look like a good immigration option? Indeed. Jokoran was compliment. Oh, thank you. I have to check my email. Ah, okay. Yes, I indeed responded. It's not an easy question, so the answer is a bit. I hope you're not be disappointed in the answer. I'm gonna have to. So yes, there's so many, and also weirdly enough, people like Herzl just ignored that Arab people lived in Palestine at all. And that is weirdly enough something that Bund recognized. Why would you want to go there when there are already people living there? Was one of the socialist printed texts, according to Isaac Bashevis Singer at least. Oh no, I do want to answer. That's something that I should. I'm going to. Well, I wrote in the email what I It's I'm gonna probably build up on the answer, but I have to think. It's complicated. It gets complicated. Avast? Why do you ask what Avast is? Wait. Why do you have a Avast? What? Why do you ask that? Avast is like an antivirus, no? Yeah, Avast is an antivirus software. Avast is an antivirus software. Does not contain viruses. Nie zawiera wirusów means does not contain viruses. That's right. So yes, as I wrote you, I'm gonna think about it and write more. We learned about the Bund in school, but I don't remember anything. It was a big socialist movement that was squashed by the USSR, and so the only remaining Bund movement was in Poland and was very popular. More popular than Zionism, anyway. The idea of making the workers' lives better domestically rather than organizing a whole movement to Palestine. which makes logical sense, right? To try to make people's life here better rather than to think about moving. So logically speaking, the Bund was just a more appealing option for many people. After all, for them, this was home, basically, right? And this was home for like 1,000 years. So it's sort of difficult to just say, oh, we're just all gonna uproot our lives and go somewhere else. It's a bit of a tough ask, you know? Which is why I'm baffled when people just make this ask of people who live in Palestine. Oh, they should just go to Egypt. They should just go somewhere else. Why would you ask people to leave their homes and just go somewhere else? It's different when someone wants to move on their own accord and they want to start their life somewhere else. But expecting whole groups of people to just leave everything behind, leave their memories, leave their history behind, and move somewhere else is ridiculous. Should not be a thing. I'm sorry, a phone call. Hello? Um, I said hello to the stream. Amazing. My favorite fact about the Jewish people of the time, there was in fashion to collect money to be buried in Israel because the Jewish people wanted to go back but didn't actually want to go live. Uh, that wasn't such a big thing in Poland. Not really, no. People got buried in the Jewish cemetery. The Jewish cemetery is a really nice place. We can look at it. So about the news. I mean, is your boss in favor of the ethnic cleansing of the Palestinian people? Uh, that's sort of a weird one. It's a weird one, isn't it? Be pro ethnic cleansing of a population. It's a bit of a strange one. Okay, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna try. Um, Look, I'm gonna show you. Um, if it loads, I'm gonna show you. If it loads. It's not loading. Oh god. Oh, there we go. We're gonna go here. We're gonna what? We're gonna view the. It's very kind lady, but I can't deal with people who are okay with things like that. The best option is to assume that the political demographer are just ignorant rather than knowing. Trumper. She's a kind person, but she's a Trumper. Okay, we're viewing the Jewish cemetery. The Jewish cemetery near the Kopowa Street in Warsaw is one of the most precious artifacts. Not artifacts. There's a better word. Monuments? I don't like that term, but okay, monuments of Jewish Warsaw. Hello. I was in Russia, and a lot of people actually ever collected the money, but it was a fashion. Hello, the problem. You're not the problem. The problem. It was established in 1806, and is one of the last few active Jewish cemeteries in Poland. Around 200 cemetery sort of grave statues survived, and a lot of them have a huge value, not just historical but artistic as well. During World War II, it was part of the ghetto, and by some miracle, it avoided destruction. After the war, trees and bushes grew over it, and a band of thieves devastated many statues. Currently, there is an initiative to save the most valuable places in the cemetery and then renovate the graves and to clean up the territory. You can find here graves of rabbis, tzaddiks, great business people, politicians, people of culture and learning, science and learning. A lot of them we don't just know from the history of the Jewish people, but also from the history of Warsaw, but also from the history of Poland. Cigar. No, I don't smoke. I leave smoking to others. I leave smoking to other people who do it better than me. So, among the people resting here, there's Shlomo Zalman Lipschitz, first chief rabbi of Warsaw, who died in 1839. Ludwig Zamenhof, the creator of the Esperanto language. Interesting. Adam Czerniaków, the president of Judenrat in the Warsaw Ghetto. Itzhok Leib Peretz, known writer. Quests? What? What are you? Henrik Wawelberg, the establisher of the first technical school in Warsaw. Esther Rachel Kamińska. Ooh, this is really a brilliant actress and the creator of the Jewish Warsaw Theater, which is an amazing theater. Marek Edelman, who died in 2009, the last leader of the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, and many more. There's also a statue and a symbolic grave of Janusz Korczak, a well-known A well-known Janusz Korczak, a well-known. I'm gonna translate the word. Okay, I was pretty sure that there had to be a different word for this, but okay, never mind. A well-known educator and um, the person taking care of a a home of orphans in Warsaw. The statue depicts him in the moment when he went together with the children from the orphanage, walking towards the death camp. The Hitler death camp. I don't get the appeal of smoking likely. Tired of cigarette tastes like flaming walnut shells and poop. Bars arcade to hang out, but I'd rather save money if I were just me. So, do you know who Janusz Korczak was? Have you watched me talk about it on stream? Do you know Janusz Korczak? Yeah? Anybody else in the chat right now? It's a perfect opportunity to Janusz Korczak. Janusz Korczak. I know. I mean, I expected Jean to know, of course. Anybody else? It's a very famous historical. Yes, you can write it like that. Yeah, if it helps you read it correctly. Anybody else? Because if more than one person doesn't know, then I'll just do a little bit of a recap about who Janusz Korczak was. Very famous historical figure who sort of embodies what real bravery looks like and what dedication to others looks like. That sort of putting yourself not first, putting others first, even if it costs you your life. Never heard of him. So he was he was an educator. He took care of orphans. He wrote famous books. He was a very strong child advocate. And okay, Jean. And during World War II, in the ghetto, he also took care of orphans in the ghetto. And at one point, he was offered to be taken out of the ghetto because he was a very famous person. He was sort of like, he had high status as a person, and he was offered to be smuggled out of the ghetto to safety, to the Aryan side, the so-called Aryan side. But he refused to choose safety because he could not leave the children alone. And he famously, when the children were taken to the death camps, to Umschlagplatz, to be driven to the camps, he dressed them in the nicest clothes possible and walked them personally by the hand. He went together with them, knowing that they would all die, but he did not want to leave them alone. So he sort of led the children with one child on his hand and one child he led by the hand. He died with them, yes. Because he went with them. He didn't choose to be saved and taken to the Aryan side, and instead he chose to go together with the children to the death camp. It's a very, very famous part of history. Yes, he died with them. Because he didn't just walk them to the station. He took them and he went with them to the camp as their sort of caretaker. I even have one of his books at home. Seems like the good ending. This depending on the war you got put in the camp. I think rather get gassed than the other. Well, remember he was offered a road to safety. He was offered to be smuggled out of the ghetto. So he would be smuggled out and hidden on the Aryan side, and he probably would have just survived. So he in fact chose not to live and abandon the children, but he rather chose to die and accompany the children. So it was noble, but it was not a good ending by any means. Like it cannot be called a quote unquote good ending by huh. Well, if you have any sources, I will gladly take a look. If you have anything that I can take a look at, then I will gladly do so. Okay. I guess that's it when it comes to Janusz Korczak, especially since we've already talked about him on one of the past streams. Oof. Didn't expect to be talking about this here, but I'm gonna take these materials out because pretty sure there's something interesting in here. While I talk to the chat. Oh. Okay, I wanna take a look at this. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good. Jesus. What the Jesus. Capitalism eats its own tail, I guess. I'm looking through materials from 2003. Party materials. Oh, there's more. Congress 2003. Because we're gonna be talking about Ukraine getting into the European Union. So I thought I might do some comparisons to Poland while I'm at it. And we have I found one interesting thing Because as you know, to join the European Union, you have to. Of course, it's empty. Of course, it's an empty notebook from 2003. You have to fulfill some criteria, economic and many different ones. And so Poland also had to do it. This is like a Polish economy, the year 2003 of the Congress SLD. I have to check something. Okay. I get it. I can't believe that party was in charge. Gee. So, Polish economy, what next? The year 2003. After more than 10 years of Polish changes, during the time of Poland being governed by the coalition of the Pact of Democratic Left Wing and the Workers' Union, we will need to judge the results, the socio-economic results of the introduced reforms, prepare and implement an economic program, and the goal is to, as soon as possible, reach the level of development of Poland which would be comparable with the average standards of the countries in the European Union. And this is a synthesized assessment of the transformation period of the Polish economy between 1989 2002. The pact of the left wing democratic left wing, in the realization of its program, must define the role of the state and its institutions in economy. SLD, which this is the name of the party, wants consequently to implement a program which would repair the state and in effect the economy as well. To reach this goal, we will have to do the following actions: an increase in societal dynamics, an an uplifting of, or rather an increase in the level of culture and law, the culture of law, and respect to the for the law, merciless curbing on corruption, because all Eastern European countries had problems with corruption, rationalization and bigger effectiveness of spent money, and the elimination of the bureaucratic anarchy of the state. Those were like the goals. And those were probably the things that Poland also needed to do to be able to join the European Union in the first place. This is like 2003. So at that point, Poland was still trying to get into the Union. And Poland got in on the 1st of May 2004. So, so I guess when we're reading these party documents, we are also sort of taking a little bit of a glimpse into what sort of things Poland needed to work on in order to fix the state, quote unquote, as well as to get into the European Union. Let's see if I can find anything interesting. See if we can find something that's of interest. A very unique responsibility is given to a state when it comes to poor countries, relatively poor countries, in which the process of the market transformation has not been completed. In Polish, um, reform is often followed by uh, violent processes and which create a negative consequences, negative societal consequences. For example, an increase in poverty, social exclusion, um, unemployment, functional illiteracy, social disease. As the state cannot shy away from responsibility and be indifferent when it comes to econo- uh, socioeconomic processes. Another task for the state, which is sort of what we're here to discuss, another task for the state and its big role comes from the necessity to meet the standard of societal life and economy of our country to the requirements and standards which are in the European Union. That means implementing policy of fitting in of sort of matching the standard in three main areas: the harmonization of law, regulation, the second one I'm going to translate to use sort of not a clanky word. Okay, that's perfect. So the first one was the harmonization of law, regulation, industry policy, structural programs. Okay, I have to translate this word. Okay, I didn't know that was a thing in Polish. Convergence. The third one is convergence. The third one is convergence. So changes in the political system, economic integration, and monetary integration. It is on the state to create long-term programs of development, which would specify the methods of reducing the differences between different regions in our country. And also it is up to the state to be able to specify in the future the place of Poland in the broader European economy. Badly sort of implemented policy will mean further emigration of human capital, a decrease in dynamic of economic growth. It would mean that outside investors would not choose to invest in this country, and it would mean the impossibility of modernizing and progress in sciences and technology and science. So that's it. When it comes to, you can see here laid out the goals of that Poland had to meet in order to join the European Union. Did you find this interesting? This is actually like a party document that I have here. A congress of the party that was in charge in Poland in 2003. So we sort of get like a little bit of a glimpse into how things worked and how Poland worked towards being able to join the European Union, which brings us to the news that we're gonna talk about now. So what do you think? Did you like this? So we're gonna take a look at an article now. I might want to prepare even more. I'll look up more materials when it comes to the preparation of Poland to get to the European Union, and then we'll, I guess, do a little bit of a comparison between Ukraine and Poland. Does that sound interesting? The Guardian, from one day ago. Our farewell to Russia. Ukraine takes one step closer to the European Union. No one's answering. No one's finding these sort of things interesting, like the comparison of Poland when it was still not in the European Union and what hurdles it had to go through, and comparing them to the hurdles that Ukraine will have to go through. Of course, there's the matter of Ukraine's sort of war devastation. We'll see. I assume that the European Union will sort of take that into consideration, that the country is devastated, basically. It will be tough. I'm hoping that the new Polish government, when it finally forms, will first normalize relations with Ukraine, and two will sort of heavily invest in Ukraine when it comes to mutual deals, when it comes to cooperation, etc. I think it's a must, especially since Poland is an important place through which currently a lot of the help to Ukraine goes through. We'll see. Hopefully that's the thing that will happen. For now, let's read The Guardian. Our farewell to Russia. Ukraine takes one step closer to EU membership. The path to joining the bloc is not straightforward, but most Ukrainians believe it should and will happen. I believe so as well. It was so exciting when Ukraine received that sort of packet to apply to the European Union. There was a lot of hype and excitement about it when President Zelensky sort of received that whole packet of documents to sign to the application to the European Union. So there was already a sense of excitement. You know? So now the excitement's even bigger. Oh wow. Kiev is a pretty nice place from what I'm seeing here. Ah, Majdan. Majdan Niezależności in Kiev, the birthplace of the Euromaidan movement. Yeah, of course he signed the papers. That's why right now Ukraine takes one step closer to EU membership, because Zelensky signed the application papers some time back. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he did. Of course. When the then Ukrainian President Viktor Yanukovych abandoned a deal with the EU in favor of stronger ties with Russia in November 2013. Hundreds of protesters came to Kyiv's Maidan Niezależności. I assume that it's pronounced in a similar way, how it's pronounced in Polish, because the word is exactly the same. Niezależność, niezależności. Kyiv's Maidan Niezależności. Independence Square. Soon, those hundreds became thousands, eventually hundreds of thousands, forming a protest camp where blue and gold EU flags flew defiantly in the winter air. How beautiful. It was a very brutal, though. The Euromaidan movement that ultimately forced Yanukovych to flee the country, thank goodness, powerfully showed the desire of young Ukrainians to join their Western neighbors. But until the full-scale Russian invasion of February 2022, Ukrainian membership of the EU seemed a distant dream. It should have, I swear, what happened now should have happened in 2014. That's my super hot take. What's happening now should have, like, all the support should have happened in 2014. On Wednesday, however, it came a little closer when the EU recommended that formal negotiations on accession should begin. It'll be a pretty, there's still a long road ahead, because the negotiations mean setting a number of requirements, conditions for Ukraine to get into the European. Just like we read some of the things that Poland had to do to get into the European Union. And keep in mind, Ukraine will be implementing these changes, implementing these sort of things. It already is implementing those things while at war. So it's a totally different and a lot more difficult situation than what Poland was in. You know? The decision is not definitive. Those recommendations will now go to existing member states for a final sign-off in December. And even if they are approved, accession talks would be expected to drag on for years. Well, there's certain standards as well that Ukraine will have to meet in order to be able to join the European Union. That is exactly how that works. And I'm a bit worried about that since well, first, the war is still going, and second, Ukraine is devastated in many, many ways economically. But for people such as Kristina Berdinsky, a Ukrainian freelance journalist who participated in the Euromaidan protests and is now one of hundreds of Ukrainian reporters covering the war in their homeland, it is still something of a milestone. I am aware that the road ahead is long and it will take time, but when the French President Emmanuel Macron visited Ukraine last year and expressed support for our country's entry into Europe, I knew that there was no turning back on our path towards the Union, she said. In Ukraine, even at the parliamentary level, the debate is no longer about whether or not to join Europe, but rather how quickly will we will become members of the EU. This this is our farewell to Russia. And thank God for that, because Ukraine has to say farewell to Russia as soon as possible. Vladimir Putin's invasion appears to have significantly strengthened Ukrainians' desire to join the EU. I'm not surprised by that in the slightest. According to a survey by Civic Synergy, a project aiming to strengthen public participation in the implementation of European integration reforms in Ukraine, and these reforms will be basically key. 52% were in favor in 2018. By December of 2022, in the midst of the conflict, that had risen to 79%. Larissa, 49, from um, Balaklia in the Kharkiv region, occupied by Russians from March to September 2022, said Ukraine's entry into the EU would only bring benefits. Yeah, it would be a very positive thing for Ukraine, she said. I think so. It would mean entry to the Schengen zone, free move. It would be great, really. We can see it from the way Europe has warmly welcomed millions of Ukrainian refugees who are now living as European citizens in Europe. Yeah. Before the invasion, some observers in Europe and inside Ukraine believed enlargement was clinically dead. The war changed everything. As one diplomat said, enlargement is not only back on the EU agenda, but it is back as one of the top 3 issues the leaders are dealing with. Lyubov Akulenko, the executive director of the Ukrainian Center for European Policy, said there had been a remarkable increase in support for EU integration, even in regions that had previously been skeptical. I mean, a Russian invasion will do that, will spook everyone into wanting to join the far better option. Since the war began, the majority of the population across all regions of the country has expressed support for EU membership. Prior to the war, many believed that the primary advantage of the EU membership would be a higher standard of living and economic benefits. However, at present, people are increasingly looking to EU integration as a means to drive reforms and enact positive transformations within Ukraine, which is sort of what happened in Poland. Like many things in Poland before the integration were like wild, wild west. As in, people were just doing whatever they wanted. They did whatever they wanted, and then they couldn't anymore. Leonid Skorek, 32, a member of Ukraine's armed forces, is in no doubt. It would be great if we could join the European Union, he said. They seem happier there in Europe. Plus, we need to get rid of all our Soviet heritage. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, unfortunately. One of Putin's mistakes when plotting his invasion was underestimating European solidarity. His aggression instead served to shift the strategic balance in Europe away from Moscow. In response to the invasion, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky urgently applied for EU membership, which was formally accepted shortly after. That's the thing that I was sort of alluding to, the hype, the hype of joining the, of applying to join the European Union. Ukraine, however, faces unique challenges as it seeks to meet the criteria for EU membership in the midst of war, which is also something that I've said, that the situation of Ukraine is uniquely different from the situation that was in Poland when it tried to join the European Union. It's much more difficult for Ukraine because of the war. We're talking about Ukraine. Since the full-scale Russian invasion began, Ukraine has taken a significant step towards EU membership. I know that Ukraine has been making great strides to fight corruption. That's a thing that I've been hearing for a while. That has been worked on, said Akulenko. However, the prospect of fully fledged EU membership necessitates the acceleration of reforms and the alignment of Ukraine's legislation with EU standards. This process requires both time and resources. Okay. But as Ukraine's victory remains the top priority, the country's financial and human resources are mostly directed towards this goal. One of the challenges faced by Ukraine since gaining independence is pervasive corruption. There have been strides to fight the corruption. Corruption is an unfortunate artifact of being part of the Soviet bloc, of the Eastern Bloc. Poland had it. I don't know about Lithuania. Probably had it. Ukraine has it. It's, you know, unfortunate, but Ukraine's working on it, so in 2021, Transparency International ranked Ukraine as the second most corrupt nation in Europe behind Russia. I want to see. Europe's 10 most corrupt countries 2023. Let's look at the current list, not like. Damn, Poland has curved on its corruption. Poland has gotten rid of its corruption, damn. Europe's 10 most corrupt countries. 1. Russia. 2. For now, still Ukraine. 3. Bosnia and Herzegovina. 4. Serbia. 5. Albania. 6. North Macedonia. 7. Kosovo. 8. Hungary. And Hungary is already in the European Union. 9. Bulgaria. 10. Montenegro. But this might actually be an issue. This might actually be an issue when it comes to joining the European Union. So yeah, it's still the second corrupt country after Russia, unfortunately. Many Ukrainians perceive joining the European Union as an opportunity to free Ukrainian institutions from the grasp of corruption. That would definitely be um, a big condition that European Union would put before Ukraine. That would definitely be a thing. Sorry, I wanted to check something real quick. The first thing Ukraine needs to do is to overcome corruption in the country, says Alexander Rybachok, 37, an IT manager from Kiev. There must be equal and transparent rules for business and a proper tax system. Damn. There must be equal and transparent rules for business. YouTube is sounding more and more like a country based in Ukraine. Transparency, huh? Transparency is like a thing that Western companies are starting to shy away from. There must be control over tax compliance, and people and citizens of Ukraine also have to start making changes within them with themselves. I mean, that'll be a process. Like there's oh no, macaroni and cheese. Like there's still a lot of leftovers of the quote unquote communist Soviet East Bloc mentality within Polish institutions. Europe also needs to change if it wants to welcome Ukraine. The EU would have to adapt its structures to accommodate a new member with large population and economic challenges. The allocation of seats in the European Parliament and agricultural subsidies are just two. And even if Ukraine meets criteria such as reform to the rule of law, which we've discussed in the Polish document, and public administration, the strengthening of law enforcement and the courts and environmental protection, the doors to Europe could still be closed. Hmm. Any of those, any of the 27 members, any of the 27 member states has the power to veto the accession of another country, making domestic politics and what one state may find unappealing to its voters a decisive factor in deciding who enters the EU and who does not. Dreaming, however, costs nothing, and many in Ukraine continue to do so, hoping that entry into the EU could truly represent a turning point in the conflict. I want to be part of the European Union, said Katarina Zinovieva from Kherson. I really want it. Some many some may think that our priority at the moment is to free ourselves from the Russian invasion. But if joining the EU could also help to end the conflict, then we should all make an extra effort to achieve it. I will not disagree with that. There is this line that is drawn in the sand as to where Europe ends and Asia begins. There's a good reason why people choose not to support the Guardian. Uh, Whatever. I don't care about. I don't care about your little advert. So how did you like this? Do you think it will take a long time for Ukraine to join the European Union? Do you think it will happen soon? Yes, Ukraine definitely wants to be part of the European Union. Leonid Skorek, we need to get rid of all our Soviet heritage. True. There's nothing worse than a Soviet heritage. I would know. Poland also had a Soviet heritage. Kiev is pretty nice. Has this has this very specific Eastern European feel to it. My goodness. There's a very Eastern European feel to it, I swear. It's so immediately recognizable. It's so... I don't even know how to describe it. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it has this Eastern European feel to it that just strikes me right away. The familiarity of it, basically. I can see the EU being stingy about it, though. Maybe. We'll see. So if you've enjoyed this little segment that I've prepared, I want to prepare a bigger segment comparing the efforts to join. Of course, we will have to... When comparing, we'll... Like, doing this comparison will have to be done with carefully. Since, as we all understand, the situations are very different in both Poland and Ukraine. But we'll get there we'll get there when we get there. Okay? We'll get there when we get there. For now, I want to move on to the next thing that we've got here. I've got a thing that I want to react to because I'm still waiting for the person that will discuss our big topic for tonight. So we're gonna do a react while we wait.
Family, I think they're all in.
We already reacted to this. This ship has sailed. Xanderhal. That ship has sailed. We don't have to react to this anymore. The birthday gift Grenada incident segment was interesting. Yeah, it was. It was a bit too short. It should have been more along the lines of 10 minutes. I should be careful about not making those segments too short. I should have said more. That's okay. You know what segment is really popular, it seems? Russia is a state of mind. That's a really popular segment. It has 454 views and counting as we speak. Maybe I should just become a Russia hatred channel. Maybe that would give me like a, I don't know, a leg up. What do you think? You think that would help me? For just straight up forget history, forget games, forget art, forget languages. I'm just gonna become a Russia hating channel. I'm gonna get a large amount of views. Maybe that's my ticket to fame and glory in the quote unquote space. See, we'll get hate stalkers. That video is really downvoted as well, by the way. It has 13 likes and 15 dislikes. You haven't seen it? It has a lot of views. It has a lot of views though. I wanna see Zanderhol's video. Saigon and Chud's diversity triggered by woke cartoons. Wait, Sargon of Akkad still produces content? I didn't know that. Sargon of Akkad still does stuff? Well, he was retired or something. Oh yeah. Gee. Really? Okay, we're gonna watch that then. Famous Sargon of Akkad. He's still around. How can that be? Didn't he get humiliated by Vosh in a debate? Maybe I should debate Sargon of Akkad. Press yes if you'd like me to debate Sargon of Akkad. Would that be something that you'd be interested in seeing? A big show off. No, showdown, not show off. Showdown between me and Sargon of Akkad. A match for the ages. I'm gonna... Right? I know that you wish to. Not many people are viewing me today. I feel sad and abandoned. Let me check something. Let me check.
(1986)
Not you. Oh god. Not you either. I mean, never enough of you, but is anybody streaming? No, actually. I've just been abandoned by my own fan base. If you made a long video breaking down the reasons why Putin is a submissive for his harem of boy toys, I'm sure it will get viewership. You think so? I might just do it and see if your theory is correct or no. I will do it. It will really give me tons of views. As a submissive, I am probably good at analyzing submissives. So, you know. I think it takes one to know one. As an absolutely submissive person, I think it would be a worthy challenge for me the submissive to analyze another submissive. What? Oh, what did I just? Forget what I said.
All right, everybody. So, for those of you guys that don't know, one of my personal interests that I like to, look at videos about and watch content on off stream.
We really need to know your personal interests, Sandrahal.
Is medieval weaponry and knight stuff. I like...
Wait, moving again? Is Zanderhall moving again? Where is Zanderhall moving now? I would watch Lucy versus Sargon. I see the appeal of what? You see the appeal of what?
Watching videos about swords and knights and medieval times and stuff. And my favorite YouTuber that does that type of content these days is Scalagrim.
I mean, it's okay content. It's okay content, but I would not be able to just watch it for hours on end. I watched a bit of that sort of content, but it's like, I mean, different strokes for different folks. Oh, my God, it's time for my hormones. I'm almost out of estrogen. Oh, God, I'm almost out of estrogen. I need to buy more. I'm collecting. I'm collecting the estrogen packages. A little spoon? What do you mean? I don't understand. You see appeal of why one prefers submissiveness, although it's kind of assumed one alternates here and there. I don't know.
Pretty base dude, pretty cool dude. But the biggest YouTuber in that entire community is a guy named Shadiversity, who also happens to be a massive chud, just a massive conservative, massive anti-woke right-winger dude. He goes on a lot of the anti-woke podcasts to bitch about, like, how media is getting woke and it's pandering to like brown people and minorities and stuff. And he gets really upset about it and impassioned in his rants as well. And I was sent this just the other day and thought it'd be fantastic to go over because apparently Shadiversity went onto Sargon of Akkad's new podcast, The Lotus Eaters, to quote unquote complain about woke cartoons.
Nationalism? Oh, yeah.
It caught my eye. Honestly, I have no more lead-in to give. Let's give it a look.
Oh, Zanderhal, where are you moving again? Cuddles. Cuddles. Wanna be cuddled. Lucy versus Sargon would be a massive Lucy W0 diff. Who's moving into our hearts?
Not Hassan. I don't know why I keep thinking...
Oh! I asked where he's moving. He's moving out. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Like, it's because I was just ranting about Hassan a minute ago.
Zanderhal needs money to move into our hearts? That's a bit... I don't know how to feel about the fact that Zanderhal needs money to move into our hearts. What does that say about us?
Go. This like area of Chud content, that original sphere of anti-SJW skeptic YouTubers from Sargon's era of popularity, 2014 Gamergate era, have really fallen off as of late. So I'm really... The Ass Eaters podcast.
He wants to buy us flowers and chocolate. With our own money? He wants to buy us flowers and chocolate. Using our money that we give him. That's a bit... How adversity has fallen. I mean, it's in the name.
So I'm really excited to see what what's the state of their content these days, right? Like the last thing I saw from Sargon was his awful food takes.
What was his awful food? What? What was Sargon of Akkad's food take? Does anybody know? Please give me Sargon of Akkad's food take. I want to hear it. I mean, Zanderhal, you had awful food takes as well. You said sushi was awful. You said that raw sushi was awful. And you're lecturing others on food takes? Come on, Zanderhal. I should debate you on that sushi take. It was horrible.
Hi folks, I've got the absolute pleasure of being joined by Shav.
Oh my god. What a jump scare. Sargon of Akkad's face. What a jump scare that is.
From the YouTube channel Shadiversity.
Oh my god,
if you
he's
don't
wearing
know him,
Gambison.
go look him up because he does great work. He talks about castles and medieval war.
Wow, this actually works. Broke a sword trying this video game barrel. Okay.
A lot, which is definitely up my alley. But he also is concerned about, well, the modern world and the state of
Wokeness. He is concerned about wokeness. Woke. You're woke, Sargon of Akkad. Ugh.
families, which is something we're going to talk about because you're a very successful father yourself, aren't you?
Thank you, father of 5.
That's amazing. I'm 4.
Yeah.
So my wife's like, yeah, that's enough. We're not having any more. And to be honest with you, I'm fine with that.
Fucking breeders, dude.
That was kind of our intent. But interestingly enough, my wife and I going
What did Thunderhole say?
into
I'm fine with that.
Fucking breeders, dude.
that was kind of our intent.
Breeders. Oh, breeders.
But interestingly enough, my wife and I going into parenting, we actually were like, we wanted as many as we could manage. Like we would have been happy 12 and more, right?
Jesus Christ. That is so wild.
Like we genuinely love kids more than I can
yeah.
really express. But we also understood that we have to take it one at a time, see what we can manage, and we could see that. Okay, I think we.
I mean, how would you not go one at a time? I mean, you could adopt, but I don't know. It just feels a bit strange.
Have hit our limit at 5, even though there is that side of us that, gosh, we would love more. But
Yeah.
five is brilliant.
My wife, every single day, she says something like, I'd like another baby. And it's like, okay, we have a current baby at the moment. She's 6 months old. And, we've got more than enough to handle. 4 is enough. So
Remember, guys, if you ever feel like you've got no potential love life, remember these guys are like married and have several children. Like,
What the hell, Thunderhawk? Sandra Hall, stop it. True.
like I promise you, women's standards are in hell, okay? Like, the existence of straight women is an anomaly, all right? Women's standards are literally in hell.
I'm sorry.
no more for us, thank God.
But you mind if I jump on something that you
Yeah.
mentioned?
Standards are okay. Thank you very much. I believe my standards are okay. My standards are in place and are pretty darn high. Got good standards, damn it. Leave me alone.
So yeah, I started doing YouTube swords and everything, castles, history, knighthood, all that stuff. Always been deeply, deeply interested in cultural events, as well as the way the culture manifests. More so probably the way the culture manifests in terms of media, because that had such a astounding impact on me growing up. The heroes that I was engrossed in, the stories, the mythology, and it literally made me a better person. I grew up as a kid wanting to be a superhero, and that was an intent. That was an active quest of mine as a kid.
Okay,
and
we're already getting
Quest of mine. Oof, how cringy is that? It was my quest for glory. Yes, he's a straight woman, right? Oh, that's true. I wouldn't call myself exactly a straight woman. Standards for men? Listen. My standards for men, women, and non-binary people are impeccable, okay? I've got big standards for women, I've got big standards for men, I've got big standards all around. I think my standards are on point. Okay.
Conversation with my other friends, like, how can we get superpowers? Let's really discuss this. And I went through like the list, like.
I don't think gamma radiation.
No, yeah, I don't want to risk getting bitten by a spider, and I don't think it's
No.
What the fuck is this guy talking about? What the hell? I'm glad I don't prefer men. Men are like the main cause of mayhem and death in women's lives. There's always an exception to the rule. Remember that. There are always exceptions to the rule.
On Australia, anyway.
Yeah, well, yeah, right.
Every time I get bitten by a spider, I test if I can climb walls. I think this is
Zanderhal. Listen. There are always exceptions to the rule.
completely reasonable. Sometimes you like
Mask attraction, not even one. Not even once. Leave havoc in their wake. Oh,
you get bitten by a spider and it's like, all right, gotta check, and you do the scene from the
So you gotta love that childish dedication to mythology. So typical are more fascist types. True. Listen, not hashtag not all men. I don't know. Eh.
the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movie where he like climbs up the brick wall and nothing happens. You're like, next time. I can relate there.
And genie bottles are really too hard.
You relate to really weird things. That's not true, Miss Ellen Ware. That's not true. That's not true. I don't agree. I don't agree with you.
To find. I didn't know it, but I came up with this brilliant plan. There was epiphany as a kid. It's like, oh my gosh, I could ask Santa for magical powers. He has magical powers.
Yeah, good
he
point.
could grant them to me.
Yeah.
And so eventually,
Okay, this is getting. What are we talking about?
I don't know. This has been stupid from the beginning. Skip it. Skip this fragment. This face is like, I don't know what this face expresses. Amusement? What are they talking about? Getting super... This is... And I'm supposed to treat these people seriously. In any way, shape, or form. Skip the whole video. But we have to react to it. This is our react on the agenda, at least until my special guest becomes available. Then we're gonna be talking about something serious for... These are such weird faces. We're gonna be talking about something serious for a change. Hey kid, listen. At least through this video, by some strange quirk of fate, you are learning Lucy's opinion on boys. So I guess you've got this little boon. This little nugget of wisdom. Who's the special guest? What we always talk about something serious, true. You can keep us sane, thank you.
And I actually asked Santa Claus for magical powers, and I eventually got a note back from Santa one Christmas stating that he couldn't give them to me yet, but he would give them to me in the future. And I was like, yes!
Thanks, I like your opinion on boys. Nice, thank you.
But it was because of the impact of what I was engrossed in. And there
Special guest is Shakespeare, if we get them to hop on.
was some great.
Can you imagine what his reaction was to... Spoiler alert. Finding out Santa Claus isn't real. Dude. Could you imagine what his reaction was as a kid to finding that out? And then realizing he's not going to get superpowers one day? What the f***, Zan? Don't say that. I'm sorry. Have I spoiled it? I hope none of you guys are parents watching with kids in the room, because you guys are...
Why would parents watch with children in the room? Zanderhal. I like you, Xanderhall, but you're not exactly family show material. Ah, yes. As parents, we sit our 6-year-old Billy and, I don't know, 6-year-old Samantha, and we sit down and watch Xanderhall tear a new one into Sargon of Akkad. That's quality family entertainment. What did you want most from Santa? I cannot say. It's a secret. Yes, the biggest, the most, that's the most family friendly material. Uh, Watching Xanderhall criticize Sargon of Akkad, I would watch that with my children. For sure.
Listen, if that happened, then listen to any kids watching right now, all right? Know that your parents told you Santa exists and pretended to be Santa buying you presents because they love you and wanted you to have fun. And you got a ton of presents. And the world got to be magical through your childhood. You'll appreciate it. You'll appreciate it one day.
Imagine having a magical childhood. Could not be me. It's not audible to the kids though. Dear Santa, grill me. What? Dear Santa, grill what? What are you saying, Miss Ellen Ware? What are you saying?
My 10-year-old just figured it out on his own finally, blew his mind. I found out when I was 10 too, and my grandma told me. I was
10? 10? I'm so disappointed. I am so disappointed in Xanderhall. 10? You figured out Santa did not exist at the age of 10. I don't know what to say to that. I don't know what to say to that revelation. My family still gives each other gifts for birthdays or Christmas, and my lists have gotten weirder for sure.
was pretty suspect for about like 4 years. Like, I'm pretty sure Santa's not real, but I'm just
Wow.
gonna not question it because I like getting the presents. And then one day when I was
You don't need to believe in Santa to get presents. Exchanging gifts for Christmas is just a thing. What? Hold on, is that a thing in the US? Once you stop believing in Santa, no more Christmas gifts? Huh? Is that a thing in the US? Is that a deeply held tradition in the US? The exchange of gifts happen, but only as long as you believe in Santa? Huh? That is so bizarre. Okay, just gonna glance past this. Maybe it's just a big cultural difference.
10, I was just in the car with my grandma after getting, like, on Christmas Day, like, Grandma, it's just you and me in here, and you're cool. Tell me, is Santa real? And she was like,
I can't believe that Xanderhall at the age of 10 Still wasn't sure if if Santa was real or not.
Like, no, and I was like, son of a bitch. Yeah, my grandma was my best friend. Like, unironically, she was my best friend.
Just cartoons and role models that I really identified with. Superman was a big one, Spider-Man, and of course Robin Hood, and all those things. And so that's actually what was my goal.
I'm not sure if I would describe Robin Hood as a superhero. But that's just me.
Goal in life to be a writer, to try and make stories that could have these same kind of positive things. And my quest was to be an author before a YouTuber.
Right.
YouTubing I started as well, I wanted to correct misinformation. It was just a hobby, something I enjoyed, but also potentially build a fan base to launch my writing career. But it certainly became
Okay, let's...
Finally skipping, are we? Finally decided to skip some of that boring filler stretch.
A graphic novel now, and
Been thinking in the past few years just about
Like almost exclusively young kids do the egg dying, eating chocolate. I mean, in Poland usually, I'm not sure if it's just exclusive to kids in Poland.
the media that I consumed when I was
Okay.
young. And I went back and watched
So this is where they're going to complain about the cartoons of nowadays, I suppose. Dude, modern day
Finally, we get to cartoons. Animation, that's up my speed. I'm gonna be able to give my technical analysis.
cartoons are better than ever. Like, kids media, there's obviously, like, the unironic drivel, like what Daily Wire's putting out, that's just meant to, like, keep kids glued to the TV with flash animation. But then you've got stuff that, like, really started to come to its own in the 2010s, and that's all ages animation, where it's appropriate for, like, older kids and, like, young teens for sure, but it's definitely got themes that can be appreciated by any audience. Adventure Time was, like, the biggest to do this, and, like, one of the first to do this more. I think actually Avatar The Last Airbender would have been the first, but like, I mean, you meet people in their 30s and 40s who are like, Avatar The Last Airbender, that shit goes hard, and people who are kids that like it, right? I remember having very fleeting memories of watching a couple episodes.
And again, I look at animation a little bit differently. I don't care if an animation is for adults or for just kids, as long as I can judge the animation for the animation. So I guess for me, it's gonna be a bit different. I just don't care if the themes will appeal to adults, because I can just enjoy the animation.
As a kid, but I haven't seen it old enough to know anything about it other than he control elements and he ride on big fluffy flying creature, and the Fire Nation attacked. That happened.
He did. That's true.
Yeah, Teen Titans 2 did that. Yeah. But I think it really
Also, his entire people were genocided. That's a thing that also happened in Avatar: The Last Airbender. You know, all the people that were like the protagonists were just killed.
really started to come to its own with Adventure Time. That was the
That was a bit of an adult theme, I would say.
point where you, like, if you went into a college, like, dorm in 2011, you would just see Adventure Time shit everywhere.
That is an annoying way to censor swearing. If you're gonna do that, then just don't swear. Your content would just flow better if you just wouldn't swear instead of doing this every time you swear.
Everyone would be watching Adventure Time and getting stoned or, like, tripping balls on acid.
Just saying.
Adventure Time had its, like, adult audience of stoners and the surprisingly much smaller audience of kids that watched it who are
My goodness. Adventure Time, the show for stoners. I'm learning so much right now.
arguably the target audience, because, of course, it could be appreciated by such a wide audience. And that's something that I don't think most older cartoons offer. Like, if you go back and watch, like, cartoons from this guy's era, I'm sure there's some enjoyment you would be able to derive from them as an adult, but you're going to enjoy them a lot more if it's what you grew up on, because a lot of it's nostalgia. Modern day
Depends. It really depends on which animations you're talking about. It depends. No, it just depends. I don't know. It really depends. The thing I've come to realize is that a lot of these people who talk about the greats like Avatar and Adventure Time saying that they did woke stuff that are revisionists. If Avatar came out now, people would have had issues with its themes. Yeah, of course they would, because it just became more popular to attack progressive themes. But that's it.
animation in the realm of like Steven Universe, Adventure Time, regular show. Infinity Train I've heard is really good. Owl House I've heard is really good. Like these are shows that are actually
I've seen one episode of the Owl House, and was during a lesson.
Like serialized to an extent. Or sorry, not serialized. They have an episodic format to an extent. They like try to tell a broader story while also doing character development, teaching like lessons that literally anyone story while also format to an extent. They like try to tell a broader story while also doing character.
How do you tell a broader story without doing character development? That's not what episodic form storytelling is. Character that's not what that is, Xander Hall. That's not what that is. People hated Miles Morales. A lot of them just became because he was black, but now everyone loves him more than Peter Parker. Wait. Okay, maybe I'm just wild. Maybe something's wrong with me, but I was under the impression that Miles Morales was extremely popular from the get-go. As I understood it. I was there when the character was introduced, and I was under the impression that Miles Morales was like super popular from the beginning. That was my impression of the character when the character got introduced. It was like a fresh because the Ultimate Spider-Man was just killed off in his story, and then it was sort of revealed that there was a young boy that also sort of had powers and was Miles Morales and was considered this nice, fresh thing. So all the usual chats like coloring, and it's Aganam and Hero talking about how woke Marvel was getting. Really? Wait, that really was a thing? Wow, I didn't know. I thought the character was a big success from the beginning. Interesting. I'm not sure I was tuned in to these sort of things when the character was introduced. I considered it a big success. My goodness. I know I considered the character to be a big success, but it makes people will still not shut the fuck up about the casting choice of Little Mermaid. I'm gonna have to censor this swear word, or I'll not get monetized in my not monetized channel. I mean, you're right, Greater, and that is what's happening.
Character development, teaching like lessons that literally anyone of any age can like learn from and appreciate. And it's like able to do that while also retaining the ability to be appreciated by younger people. I don't know. I feel like that's always been a thing in kids animation to an extent, but it has been much more leaned into now, particularly with modern sensibilities becoming less focused on having to protect children from topics that are too mature being like, approached them, right? Then if you go back far enough, it gets even more, like, mature, though. Because, like, there was a point where you had, like, outright swearing in kids' cartoons, and then it got really PC because of conservatism, ironically enough, because they didn't want, like, anything inappropriate in their kids' stuff. And then now as society gets more liberal, things start to move back towards a little bit more of a looser leash on the type of media that kids are allowed to consume.
It's a bunch of it. Like just literally kids' cartoons from like the 80s and 90s, right? And one of the things I just found remarkable is how unperverse it was, right? How
Yeah,
Unperverse? What? What does that mean, unperverse?
Ren and Stimpy is goated.
actually
No, I have family in Texas. Leave Texas alone. Leave Texas alone, please. I have family members there.
wholesome.
Yeah.
Like people find like things like He-Man and Transformers.
You know what
I knew he was gonna go for the Transformers. We now return to the Transformers.
something so funny that you laugh uncontrollably and painfully for a long
Your family should. I think Austin is okay as a city. No, isn't it?
period of time? Watching an old VHS tape of Ren and Stimpy when I was like 8, with the episode with the sentient fart, was the one that did that. That was my first time ever laughing so hard I couldn't control it and it hurt. And I was almost scared while I was
The Zanderhall lore. Of course. Of course we get the Zanderhall lore.
laughing because I didn't know if it was ever going to stop.
First the Santa Claus thing, and now this. I don't know. Zanderhall is starting to lose his street cred with me, and he was angry at me when we played World of Warcraft together. Zanderhall. And you were scolding me. Oh, Zanderhall.
I didn't know if the laughing would ever stop because I'd never laughed so hard in my life.
Oh boy.
Ren and Stimpy is goated. Invader Zim as well. Invader Zim is very f***ing goated.
Comical.
If you're gonna do this weird thing, just don't swear. I swear. To God. Just don't swear. If you're gonna have to do this annoying sound every single time.
Now, but actually, if you go back and watch them, they're good messages.
Really good.
The heroes always do
Really good. Really good.
the right thing.
Yes, and He-Man often ended with a positive
Yes. As opposed to nowadays, when the characters always do the wrong thing.
message.
An
at the end.
actual like moral.
Notice here how the idea is that you can't allow children to be exposed to anything too complex because then it'll confuse them. That's a big part of why modern day... Notice how Adventure Time has, like, hidden lore? Like, you have to actually theory craft a little bit to understand what's happening in Adventure Time. They expect, an audience of teenagers and kids to look at backgrounds and use context clues to figure out character backstory and world lore in Adventure Time. Very little of it is just outright spoon
The characters always used to do the right thing.
fed to you. They didn't outright admit the show takes place in a post-nuclear war torn world 1,000 years later until season 3. That's when they first outright explicitly say it. But the hints are all there since the first episode. Yeah, I don't know. I think that the idea that kids can handle complex messaging, like, for example, Finn is the main protagonist and the hero of Adventure Time. He is like the embodiment, the human personification of good. Fundamentally, he is the human personification of the concept of good.
The left tech chat. Conservatives. Gender theory is too complicated. Also conservatives. Do these quadratic equations. True. You're right. Welcome to the stream, the left tech chat. Are you my tech chat for today? Are you my technician for tonight?
He is a true hero. And yet, he is not a Mary Sue who always does the right thing. He is flawed. For example, one of the earliest examples of this, like in the early show, is his tendency to resort to violence. He's like a traditional, like, old school hero, right? He's like Link, right? He sees a bad guy, he beats them up or kills them and saves the innocent people. But sometimes resorting to violence the way he does has bad outcomes, and he has to learn that lesson that sometimes he has to be diplomatic, and he needs to, like...
True, it's just like me. I'm always violent, but I should be more diplomatic. Isn't that right, Gigglers? Is Lucy Haza too violent? Should Lucy be more diplomatic? Write in the chat if you think I should be more diplomatic overall instead of being so violent. Ow, 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 ow. Ay, ay, ay. That hurt. She's wildly diplomatic. No, I'm violent. I'm the violent type. The blood sports type. I do blood sports. Wildly diplomatic. Not just diplomatic, but wildly diplomatic.
de-escalate instead of just running in like a immature child and, you know, killing all the bad guys, right? And so that's a very early lesson that they teach, that our hero does bad things and he is flawed, but through that we learn, the character learns lessons and develops and so forth. But there are entire seasons where our hero is flawed. Who remembers the Fincel arc in Adventure Time, where for an entire season, Finn is an incel, little snivelly little piece of shit when it comes to women. He's just the worst when it comes to women for an entire season, because he's like 15 or whatever, and he has an entire season and a half arc where he has to mature into seeing women as people and respecting them.
Not seeing women as people is when 15? Huh? He's awful to women because he is 15. He has a season and a half arc of learning to treat women as people. Because not treating women as people is when 15. That sounded very weird. That sounded... This is my little uncharitable interpretation of what Zandarhal has just said. I'm gonna debate him on it.
So, and they make it so they explain this in a way where he gets cursed with magical eyes that turns people into how he sees them, and the woman that he once saw, like PB, he once like objectified as like an attainable goal he wants to get, that he is owed, that he needs to earn, right?
Wow. Oh my god.
That he is entitled to. We see that he now sees her as like a bro. A lot of people interpret it as that as like Finn being gay, but it's very obvious if you look at the implication. Finn is matured into seeing her as a friend, as like effectively as anybody else, as just one of the guys, as just a bro, as a friend, someone that he can platonically be friends with because he's mature.
I don't want people to see him as one of the guys. Thank you. Thank you. That would not be my ideal. No. I don't want to be seen as just one of the guys. Thank you. That would not be ideal. Because, listen, am I not a person unless I'm seen as one of the guys? That's so silly. I don't want to be seen as one of the guys because I'm not one of the guys. No chest bump. Chest bump? You want to do a chest bump with me? You're a pervert. Chest bump.
Matured to that point. And for
I can't believe you.
entire seasons, Finn is fundamentally flawed in this way, and the show is all about him, by the end of it, becoming
Chest bump.
relatively like an ideal hero. But even by the end, even after the end, we see in Fiona and Cake, he's got plenty of problems still. Modern day kids media isn't afraid to get complicated and gritty and gray with some of the messaging and the portrayals of people who are meant to be the hero. We're willing to have flawed heroes. The concept of that in kids media
I
especially
have no idea what you mean. Being human is being one of the guys. Right, Lily? No, I don't agree. It's high five when dude bros hit themselves with that. I'm not gonna do a. I'm not doing. I'm not doing a chest bump with you. I'm sorry.
is something people like this are opposed to. They see that as woke. So if you
I'm not doing it.
like the idea of complex heroes in your media, then I guess you're woke. And people like this want to destroy that in media because that's the evil woke takeover of video games and cartoons, and it's turning kids woke and it's propaganda. Like, can you see how completely like miserable a world run by these people artistically would be?
Yes.
Lecture.
Yes,
A
yeah.
conservative, often moral
A lecture. A conservative moral lecture. No, I'm not. No. I am definitely not no. I'm definitely not doing that with you. No. No. You're a pervert, you know that? I can't believe it.
lecture. I mean, there was one episode of He-Man where the
A conservative lecture, and hey man, I want to tell you about how conservative He-Man used to be, and as opposed to how uncivilized and how crude these animations have become now. Oh jolly horse, tea, bummer, crouch. I hate these woke cartoons of the current day. Horrible wokeness.
the
Virus.
characters are lecturing you about the Magna Carta and the importance of the Magna Carta,
Yeah.
and I was just like, yes, you know, if I were my dad, I'd want my son watching that, and I, as the father to my sons, I would be more than happy for them to watch
Yeah,
that.
I just,
you know?
just on He-Man's like there was an
Yes, those He-Man. What are you watching? You're watching Xanderhal, watching Sarga of a cat talking to this guy about Hey-Man and wokeness and how things used to be better because they gave lectures, conservative lectures on He-Man. Jesus.
an episode where He-Man lost his sword and he had to confront the bad guy without his powers.
Right.
And the message at the end was, you know, I
Guys, you can't make this shit up.
Don't swear, Xanderhal, if you're gonna have to censor yourself in such a silly way.
I want you to think of all the kink at Pride discourse right now, okay? Recall
I'm thinking.
all of the kink at Pride discourse. This is He-Man. You can't make this shit up. You literally cannot make this shit up. It's all hypocrisy. If there was a guy standing at a pride parade like this and there was a kid in the audience and they were able to be caught in the same frame as a photo, it would be used by conservative propagandists for decades to come. But here they are reminiscing
True. Maybe they had a crush on him. Don't be mean. Uh, my goodness. King at Pride. Ah. There you go. There we have it. I can see BRB.
About how this is what they want their children to see as far as cartoons go. There's no problem with this, by the way. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying they're hypocrites, and it's hilarious how obvious it is.
Yes.
You literally...
Maybe they had a crush. Maybe He-Man was their childhood crush. Have you even considered this? Xander Hall.
Literally can't make it up. It is beyond parody.
I didn't have my sword, but I used my brain this time. And there
Yeah.
are other kind of things that you can develop. And there are layers to that message that can resonate, be really positive. And it's and He-Man is hilariously goofy.
Sure, sure.
But as a kid, I ate that up. He-Man was a
But it's sincere.
Yes.
That's the difference, because I watch the cartoons that my kids have to watch now.
Are you actually going to try and argue that old, like, 80s cartoons are less sincere than modern cartoons? Sincerity is what you call wokeness, dude. When like any modern cartoon is doing sincerity, it's what you guys call woke.
True.
Modern cartoons, like, one of the things that's so fucking nice about the adult... So basically, for those that don't know, Adventure Time, one of the best kids animated shows ever, or all ages animated shows ever, recently had a reboot of sorts. It's a sequel, actually, a sequel show. It's an HBO Max or Max exclusive called Fiona and Cake. It's rated TV-14, and it's for adults. It's an adult animated show. They swear in it, there's blood and gore, it's great.
Damn.
But one of the nice things about it is that they don't overdo it. So much adult animated media is incapable of sincerity. Incapable of it. South Park. The Simpsons in the last 2 seasons has actually gotten really good. Unironically, I watched a video essay recently that was like, The Simpsons is good again, and I was like, no shot. Watched it, gave it a listen, heard it out, I was like, okay. Watched like a half dozen episodes from the 2 newest seasons on Disney Plus. Mind blown at how good they are, and they are not good because they're retreading old shit. It's nothing like old school Simpsons, but it's, I would argue, as good as old school Simpsons, but it's completely different. They're doing new shit, but it's still good. Like, it's quality.
I mean, you do need to do new stuff. Like, it's also wait.
Like they're doing new shit, but it's...
You swore just now, and you didn't censor it. I don't get it. Why censor swearing at all? If you just, I don't get it. Yeah, I think Sargon is the right age for He-Man crush as a kid. He-Man. Your childhood hero, He-Man. I'm gonna get you, He-Man. Unpause.
Still good. Like, it's quality. Like, the episodes focus on actually telling a story. Like, an actual story, which is nice, something The Simpsons hasn't been able to do for a while. They're character-focused and character development-focused. I'm going to spoil one episode, and I'm just going to let you guys...
Oh, you bastard. Okay, then, spoil it. I forgive you this time. You're horrible for spoiling. I hate spoilers. Maybe only some swears count.
Know what this episode's about. Lisa ends up getting a bacterial infection and has to take a steroidal medicine in order to. Lisa and Bart do. They have to take steroidal medicines in order to get over this, or to get over the infection. The steroids have the side effect of making Lisa and Bart both gain a bunch of weight. So Bart and Lisa get pretty fat. Bart is able to pass this off as like bulk, like he got in fit and he ends up getting popular and he gets in with like the big, strong, older bullies at school and he's like working out with them during recess and stuff. Lisa, on her way out the door, Marge simply says, "Ooh, someone's getting chunky." And this sticks with Lisa the whole episode, and she just gets more and more self-conscious about it. And they visualize it as like the word in her mind growing every time Marge tries to make her feel better and reassure her, but just completely fails. And the whole episode is about the effect that a parent's words can have on their child. And at the end of the episode, Marge and Lisa, like, through means that are, you know, unimportant, are able to, like, Marge is able to see into Lisa's mind and see the effect of what her words had on Lisa. And then Lisa goes into Marge's mind and sees a memory Marge doesn't even remember because it's so internalized, where she was the same way. Marge was, when she was a little girl, wasn't focusing on her appearance or what boys thought of her or her, like, physical appearance or whatever, but her mom pushed the same type of shit on her without even realizing it. And Marge realizes there was this cyclical phenomenon of self-shame and body image destruction from mother to daughter that wasn't that the parent didn't even realize she was committing. Phenomenal episode. Not even the best episode of the two newest seasons. Insane how good New Simpsons is. I cannot believe how much they've turned it around. Seasons 33 and 34, I think they are. And then also the two-part episode, the two-parter, A Serious Flanders, phenomenal. Holy shit. It literally won Emmys. It's so fucking good. That aside, The Simpsons recently...
Is that going to talk me into getting Disney Plus? Maybe. You should donate to this channel instead of getting Disney Plus. Her sounds woke. True.
Actually has been getting pretty sincere, so I'll give it that. But overall, adult animation is allergic to sincerity. I don't think that's a controversial...
All they needed to do was actually have a story to tell. True. I mean, that's true.
...take. Rick and Morty...
They look so pleased with themselves. They look so pleased with themselves.
...is another good example of a show.
I cannot. I just cannot with this. They look so... I'm gonna show you because it's not visible enough. God, they look so pleased with themselves. I sense tension between them. That's actually a pretty good observation. I just did it. I just did. There is tension between them, isn't there? It's like we have a lot of kids, but what we really want and need is your warm embrace.
Overwhelmingly allergic to sincerity 99% of the time, to the point they make fun of sincerity most of the time. Less so recently with the new writers and the new people in charge, but still. Family Guy, obviously allergic to sincerity. American Dad, allergic to sincerity. True. Fiona and Cake, though, the spin-off show at Adventure Time, is just Adventure Time, but they're allowed to swear and show blood and tackle, you know, they're basically still tackling the same subject matter. It's just they're able to be more explicit about the adult themes, I guess. But it still feels like Adventure Time. It's just more free, right? And it brings that same sincerity Adventure Time brought to the table to that show, and it's been a breath of fresh air for adult animation, and it's why it blew up and became so viral. So many people got into Adventure Time because of Fiona and Cake, including my own mom, who I tried to get into Adventure Time my entire childhood, and now she's a fan because of Fiona and Cake. No. Modern day kids content, way...
It's a mutual admiration society.
way more sincere than the old shit. I'm not saying the old shit wasn't sincere. It's just most of the more popular news stuff that I'm aware of, at least, beats out the old stuff that's popular that I'm.
That was a big mistake on your part. That's right. That's right, I win. While reacting to a video. This is all dead. Is anybody paying attention to the games that I'm playing in Go?
I'm aware of by a long shot. There was actually this like bizarre cynicality to a lot of old kids media that I appreciate, but it completely debunks the argument they're making here. Yeah, I use South
Do you
Park
mean that the shows were just made for selling toys? I don't understand Go. I might have to explain it one day.
as an example before Murray Spare.
Now, because that's all that's on the Netflix or whatever. And they are made by cynical millennials who are trying to introduce irony into them.
It's completely fine to start Adventure Time with Fiona and Cake, and it will make you want to watch Adventure Time. I genuinely think nowadays, and if you're an adult, the best way to get into Adventure Time is by starting with Fiona and Cake, particularly if you're an adult or like an older teenager. You'll be able to appreciate and get attached to the characters and universe in the adult animation format way easier. And then once you become attached to them, watching the main show, you'll be able to witness the events that are like that are referenced, that sound really cool, and like they're like when they talk about the events of Adventure Time, they talk about it and make it sound cool as fuck. Like Fiona and Cake.
Why is this censored? I don't get it. Let's see what games are next to play for the channel. All the games that will bring me viewers. I don't know. I played a lot of games.
Makes the Adventure Time show sound cool as shit. My mom wanted to.
You said shit now. You just said shit. It was censored. There was 100% an uncensored shit in this video. Your censoring is inconsistent. If you're gonna leave out shits that are uncensored, why censor them at all? Am I nitpicky? Am I being... It's just the censor sound annoys me so much. Just don't swear. It's true.
To immediately
What do you
start-
want to recommend? Recommend anyway.
Start watching the main show in between releases of Fiona and Cake episodes between the weeks. Like, it makes you want to watch the main show. So, yeah, totally. Start with Fiona and Cake. Honestly, you can start with either episode 1 or 2. The way they made Fiona and Cake is so that you can start either episode 1 or 2 as your first episode. You can either start with episode 2, then watch episode 1 and then 3, or go 1, 2, 3. Personally, I recommend going 2, 1, 3. Start with episode 2, Simon Petrikov, is what I recommend. That's my favorite one of that batch, and you will immediately get hooked if you start with that one. Immediate hook, right off the bat. It's the episode that takes place in the main Adventure Time universe too, so it's like a better intro to.
Why are we talking about this? This is too much of a stun lock. We're supposed to be talking about woke cartoons, quote unquote, not about. I mean, this. I don't know. It feels like too much of a stun lock.
The world. I think episode 2 serves better
That's just ADHD talking now. LOL.
as episode.
I mean, I go on tangents, but okay, I have no. I cannot berate him. I go on super wild tangents as well. Okay, never mind. Carry on.
One person.
Carry on, Xander Hall. I cannot throw stones from a glass house.
But they.
I need to get tested for ADHD, and ironically, I just. Okay, tomorrow I'm going to go to the clinic and I'm going to arrange a something meeting to get a to finally get the answer to the question if I have it or not. I need to know. Because that if I do have it, that would explain a lot. But if I don't, then I don't know. My focus is just bad.
They exist parallel to each other, and their endings exist at the same time. So, like, they all end at the start of episode 3. So it doesn't matter what
Your
order
tangents are interesting, Lucy. Oh, thank you.
you watch them in. So yeah, watch them in order 2, 1, 3 is my recommendation. Cannot recommend Fiona and Cake enough. Literally my #1 show of the last, like, 5 years. Maybe 10.
Maybe 20.
It's like, no, look, an 8-year-old is not ironic. They don't understand irony. And actually, it's probably perverse to try and make them ironic. This is not good for them.
What?
Actually, a diet of sincerity is what is genuinely good for them.
What are you what are you saying, Sargon of Akkad? What are you trying to say?
What?
Oh, okay. Xanderholz is just as lost as me. That's good. That means that I'm not. I don't know.
Are these conservative pundits unironically arguing that irony is bad for kids when right-wing, like, comedy relies entirely on pretending to be ironic? Look how, like, hypocritical this all is. In reference to, like, conservatives have completely different values when talking about adults than when talking about kids, funnily enough, right? Because they believe in freedom and whatnot for, like, the adults who fall under the categories of identity they like.
They don't really believe in freedom when it comes to trans people, so I would disagree on that front.
But when it comes to kids are supposed to be property that have to be groomed into becoming adults that
I will consider this game.
will agree with them when they grow up. Kids love irony too. Like, kids can understand. Are they trying to argue that, like, kids shouldn't be able to develop the ability to understand irony at a young
I'm not the best judge of what good children's media is, because I've definitely read things when I was a very small child that should have been far, far away from me. Let me just say that.
age? They're not stupid. I mean, they are, but they're not that stupid.
You know, you should be reinforcing sincere and decent
I
messaging.
should have been kept way away from a lot of the things that I've read as a child.
Rather than making gross jokes that are aimed at adults and things like that. It's just not appropriate at all.
Is he talking about hidden references in, like, Disney or Pixar movies? Is he unironically getting mad about shit like... Well, Velma's an adult show. Is he unironically getting mad about shit like sex jokes that are hidden in Shrek? I rewatched Shrek recently, and the amount of, like, adult jokes in that aren't even, like, sexual, like, inappropriate jokes. They're just jokes that require adult life experience to get. Otherwise, they're just gibberish to you, and you just hear adult words when you're a kid. I rewatched Shrek, the first one, recently.
I have no idea at all what ages are okay for what content. There's definitely certain quote unquote content that children should be kept away from. I can tell you that 100%.
Oh my god, is it, like, comedic genius when you watch it as an adult? The amount of adult humor in there. And a lot of, you know, there's a fair amount of inappropriate adult humor, like, hidden in there. Kids don't get it, of course. But most of the adult humor is just, like, not even spicy. It's just, you gotta be an adult and have the experience that adults tend to have to get it. They aren't talking about anything. They just made up examples in their head. I'm sure that is the case.
Really despise it, actually. I've really, I mean, on a visceral level, I actually despise some of the things I catch my son watching. But they're just totally normal kids' cartoons for this era. I just can't take it, man.
Yeah,
I hope they give
the people making the
examples.
cartoons, they're aware that it does have influence.
Oh, yeah. That's why they do it. They're totally aware.
Well, they've said that. They
Yeah.
admit that they've just been bold-faced.
Well, there's a big difference between some, like, the overwhelmingly progressive medium that is art having people who push messages like accept people as like for who they are as a person, don't like discriminate against them because they're race or because they're gay or because they're trans or whatever. That's very different from what these people are about to describe, which is going to be something about like putting leftist propaganda.
I saw some WhatsApp when I was little. Like my favorite store in the middle was Spencer because the back was lots of black lights, those circular lights, lava lamps. But to get there, you had to walk past all the dildos were merged in plastic several limbs. The things that I read they make the dildos you have to pass pretty tame, I think.
Propaganda, woke propaganda in the media. Kids media has always pushed what's supposed to be positive messages for kids to learn from.
Actually, if I were to be very cynical, I would say that we're talking about content inappropriate for children. If I were to be very cynical, I would say that the cartoons in the 80s did not push good messaging at all. It pushed children to buy more toys because all the cartoons in the 80s were just commercials for toys. The stories were made for the toys to be sold and bought by the children. That comic is still tame to the thing that I'm thinking about.
It's just that as society progresses, the floor of what is considered the minimum, the bare minimum of what like expected to be believed to be like a proper set of
What did
good
you see? Okay, I don't know how many German viewers I have, if I have any German viewers at all. But are you familiar with a book called We Children from the Zoo Station? How many of you are familiar with the We Children from the Zoo Station book? It also had a movie. But I read the book, I have not seen the movie. Zoo. We Children from the Zoo train station. I'm gonna anglify it. Zoo. The Zoo Station. We Children from the Zoo Station. Which is a real station in Berlin. Right next to a zoo. So it's like this. It's a biography. It's a narrativized biography, sort of a girl that was raised in the 70s, had an abusive father, mother that was always busy, and she fell into drugs and then child prostitution to get the money for the drugs. And the protagonist, is a real person that really went through all this stuff. I read it at age 7 or something, the whole book.
Values rises as society itself gets more progressive and we move further to the left and the Overton window moves further to the left. So that's why back in the 80s, you wouldn't see like a pro-gay or pro-trans cartoon, but nowadays you will, because overwhelmingly society's become pro-gay and pro-trans.
And just admitted it.
Yeah.
You know,
because they're promoting social
There's
messages.
nothing wrong with that.
And okay, well, let's talk about social messages, because
So I guess I approach certain themes from a very specific perspective. I would say.
Because actually, like, if you go back and just look at any example, like there's no
Captain Planet. He-Man, which was gay as She-Ra, feminist. What other examples of 80s cartoons can I think of? 80s kids cartoons that are pretty fucking woke. Sailor Moon. Transform.
Sailor Moon was I don't know.
Transformers. Yeah.
Sailor Moon was censored in the US. The lesbian relationship was made into cousins. Let's just
I mean, yeah, you got me there. Yeah, Rocco's Modern Life. Yeah, you're right. Rocco's Modern Life. That's a little bit. That's like late 90s, early 2000s. SpongeBob's too modern. We're talking 80s.
I mean, Sailor Moon had sort of trans characters in the last season / series. Stars. It had sailor scouts from outer space that were boys, but when they transformed, they turned into girls. So they were boys outside of their uniforms, and they were girls when they transformed. Lucy seems to have turned out well despite reading child sex worker buys drugs stuff. Actually, some years ago, I read that the girl lost custody of her child because she fell back into drugs. Unfortunate. I sort of rooted for her to succeed getting out of it when I was 7 reading it. It was a very tough stuff. I sort of rooted for her to get out of it. Don't give the 7-year-olds we children from the zoo station.
80s here. Come on, you heard my examples. Sailor Moon was 90s, but it's in that. Yeah. Thundercats, yep. Furry
Sailor Moon was super censored in the US and was totally Americanized, so
couldn't get away with that today. Power Rangers, which, yeah. Any Sonic cartoon from the 80s. Star Trek, yep. Oh my god, could you imagine if the concept of Star Trek became a thing today? Could you fucking imagine the idea of the space hippie shit that is Star Trek? If that became a thing today and the nerd sphere was like introduced to that for the first time today. Sonic did not exist in the 80s? Okay, well, listen. Reality didn't exist before I was born, all right? I have no memory of it unless it isn't real.
when were you born? Xander Hall?
Question of who the hero and the villain is in the story, right? In every single one, in like Thundercats, Transformers, He-Man.
Holy shit, he's upset with the idea of media for kids being complicated enough that there's a question about who's the villain and who's the hero.
Even Transformers tried to sort of subvert the who's the villain. Even Transformers did this.
They're just mad that kids media is getting like more interesting and complex. Oh my god.
You know, G.I. Joe, whatever it is, right? All the men take responsibility. Right? They are the ones taking responsibility. They are.
All the men are taking responsibility. I'm not sure how you would apply that to the Transformers necessarily.
Just.
They're literally mad that modern day cartoons don't push conservative values. Why aren't the men doing the things that society traditionally back in the day said men have to do? They got to be the ones who take the responsibility.
True, Xander. I think you're right on this one. Cheers, mate. Cheers, mate.
Where's that it? Jihad Joe.
Stereotypically masculine. You know, they're heroic. They do the right thing in all circumstances, even when that's the difficult thing to do. And then finally, they solve their problems with violence. What? What
the fuck? No, they don't. He-Man couldn't even be violent. He-Man explicitly had no violence in it. Because it couldn't. It just couldn't. Rewatch the old 80s He-Man. There's not a single scene in which He-Man punches a living thing. Because that was not allowed in the story. He-Man actually explicitly had no violence in it against living things. Not a single punch was landed on another thing that was not a robot or something. You can rewatch it or watch it for the first time in your life.
I know it's not a popular thing.
Kill a fly.
It's not a popular.
That is such a weird thing to say, Sargon of Akkad. That is such a weird thing to say. You're so weird, Sargon of Akkad.
Popular thing, but I think that
I love winter in this state because it means that the bugs want to get in, and I have to be on, like...
Also, that's not even true. The problems were not always solved by violence, so that's not even true.
Doom guy mode 24/7 searching for creatures that have gotten into my open windows.
really is the core of what being a man is. The last resort is
The core of being a man is solving all of your problems with violence. Thank you. Having relationship issues, solve it with violence.
always the fight. And that's the core of every superhero movie. It always comes to a physical confrontation in which the hero has to use his physical virtues to overcome the villain.
That is such a red. That is such a... There's so much to unpack here. You should see a therapist, Sargon of Akkad, because if you think all problems should be solved through violence by men, then I feel, let me just say, I feel sorry for all 4 of your children.
That speaks to something
You think that violence is the answer to problems.
That's bad writing. That is literally bad writing. They call that in the anime world the anime protagonist screaming buff. When badly written animes simply make it so that, like, the protagonist just has to scream and try harder, and they'll unlock some latent power that allows them to overcome the adversity they couldn't before. And there's no character development. There's no actual journey they take that allows them to unlock that ability or overcome that trial. They just scream harder, and it gives them the anime protagonist buff.
True.
That's literally like a thing that's made fun of within the anime sphere because of like how bad the writing is when that's done. Good writing, for example, is when you take a hero, a protagonist, we'll say just a hero in this example, and early on in the story, they come up against the adversity. And
It's like Berserk.
And they fail. Because they lack the skills, the knowledge, and the development to overcome that adversity. They go on a long journey where they develop, they learn, they train, whatever it may be, and they unlock what they need in order to overcome said adversity. And then they overcome said adversity. That is the traditional hero's journey. However, here's the thing, what they're actually complaining about here is postmodernism. Let's take an example of a show that breaks this mold, but a lot of conservatives, recognizing how good it is, just can't really get their mind around the fact that it breaks that mold, so they try to like cram it into it despite that, and it looks really embarrassing when they do. Breaking Bad. Spoiler alert here, but Walter White, Heisenberg, the main character of Breaking Bad, is the bad guy, okay? And conservatives famously despise Walter White's wife, who acts as like unironically the voice of reason, who's like, you are putting our family in danger to commit a felony. You're going to go to prison and ruin our lives. Why didn't you accept money from your friend who's a millionaire who's willing to pay for your treatment and keep us like sheltered and housed for life? And it's
because violence is the answer to all problems, woman.
Because of his like pride, and he admits it at the end. Anyway, because of that, the right can't recognize this. Like, they literally cannot recognize this. And so they despise Skylar and see her as a antagonist in the show, because naturally, no matter what, because Walt's the main character, he must be the hero. He must be the good guy. And of course, I'm sure their biases against women are a big part of it too, you know. And so just today, I saw something related to this. Orwell and Good is like a far-right alt-writer who runs like a Nazi website, like a Nazi news outlet, but also runs a Twitter meme
Don't hate Skylar. Don't be a
account
Skylar
called Orwell
hater.
and Good. I forget the guy's real name, but he's been doxxed recently, and he runs like a white nationalist board.
Maybe not
But he
that
tweeted out this
person.
meme that is literally someone else's tweet, who's also like a chud shitlord, saying, "Wah, my husband cooks meth. Wah, my husband wants to leave us money. Wah, my husband killed a guy who is going to kill all of us." And then a picture of Skylar crying. And I quote tweeted it saying, "These people saw Walt almost rape Skylar in their kitchen when they're..."
Why is the R word not censored? I have no clue what what guidelines Xanderhall is sort of following when choosing what to censor and what not to censor. I just have no clue. I'm really confused by this.
Son was about to get home, and we're like, yeah, these awful bitch wives, am I right?
Again, bitch. Why is this censored but some shits are uncensored and some shits aren't? Like, one shit of Xanderhall was just uncensored here. All of the others are censored. I'm so confused. Cherry, she's the editor. I see.
Yeah, Fact Fiend is really good at pointing out this tendency. The reality is, Breaking Bad is a perfect example of masterful postmodern media. It fundamentally challenges the idea of the protagonist of said media being the good guy. And there is no hero's journey. There is no traditional old school storytelling.
I mean, not everything has to be the hero's journey. That's a bit of a misconception.
Method. And in the end, well, I won't say how it ends. Let's just say it doesn't end the traditional way. Not saying it wasn't done before, by like even Shakespeare didn't have endings that were similar, but you know, it's considered.
Skylar early on was also positioned as opposition to the viewer, as you were there for Walt's crazy adventures, as she was trying to prevent them from happening. It wasn't all misogyny, just 85%. Damn. Also, hello, Telecritter78. Are you new to the stream, or are you... I'm not sure if I remember your name. Join the page. Welcome, welcome. Welcome to this beautiful stream. Boo YouTube and advertisers and so on and so forth. True. You should donate or subscribe.
Postmodernist media.
You should help me to make this dream come true.
Something that conservatives, such as Sargon and Shadiversity, rail against, and is literally what they're railing against right now. The idea of media evolving past...
Usually catch the VOD. Thank you for catching this stream.
What they consider to be like the traditional way of doing things. Which episode was that? I remember him almost killing her, but rape, what? Remember the scene in the kitchen where she's wearing the green facial mask? Man, you guys, I understand, because it's literally impossible to root for Walt in any way, shape, or form with that in your mind. But yeah, there was a whole scene where Walt, like, bent her over in the kitchen and she's yelling stop, and he's unbuckling his pants and he's like about to rape her, and like eventually it gets like she's fighting back enough that he stops. That is how the bad guy Walt is. And people saw that and were like, oh, Skylar, she's awful for being cringy, singing Happy Birthday in that one scene and cheating on him.
Damn.
And they always love to use the example of, well, she stole his money and gave it to Ted. The money she stole from Walt wasn't given to Ted. It was given to Ted and immediately forced by Muscle to be given by Ted to the IRS to pay his, unpaid taxes because he had been doing tax fraud that would then lead back to her and Walt and get Walt in trouble. When Skylar gave Ted the money, it was to save Walt from getting caught because those eyes on them would have inevitably led to them getting caught. She saved their asses by doing that. And yet they still use that as an example of her f***ing him over and being the villain. That is how incapable of media...
How is Skylar a villain of the series in any way? That's... I don't know.
...analysis and media
Maybe we watched a different series.
literacy conservatives are. You need to understand, if these people, were in charge of what media was allowed to exist and be popular, we would be in hell.
I think deeper in the subconscious. I think people understand this on a subconscious level because it plays out in so many levels where if there's any conflict and when every other option to resolve the conflict fails, the last resort that it always falls to is violence. If it's a conflict that must be.
It's the final arbitration.
Exactly. That's
the final arbitration. What the dorks. What dorks. Again, relationship trouble. Well, I guess the final arbitration is always violence. Your kids are acting up. Well, I guess the final arbitration is violence. Right? No, wrong, actually. Violence is not always the final arbitration. Hello, Maya Mayar.
Exactly. That's a good way to put it.
By the way, chat, Zan...
It's not a good way to put it. It's a horrible way to put it, actually. There's not a worse way to put it, even if you tried.
Zan's not even arguing fan theories. This is just true. No, I'm literally quoting, I'm literally referencing scenes in the show. I'm not making anything up. Oh, and also, if you want any, if you want, an idea of how f***ing woke Breaking Bad is, there's a detail in one episode of Breaking Bad that I never noticed. I've never seen pointed out by a soul on the entire internet. Not a single person I've ever seen point out.
I bet I pointed it out.
My mom, of all people, noticed it on on her first watch through of Breaking Bad when I had her watch it.
Okay.
Who remembers the scene where Walt goes to the department store to buy a new hot water heater, finally? Because of the running joke of them having a shit hot water heater, so he buys a new one.
Okay.
And he talks to the store clerk about the different hot water heaters. Okay. If you pay attention to that scene, you can watch as Walt pays attention to the body movements and poses that the guy is taking. He's like this macho man, kind of handyman, fix-it guy. And Walt actively starts copying him. Like monkey see, monkey do. It was actively, purposefully, by the actors. He starts copying every motion the guy does. Because he, the putting the hands on the hips, he does it right after the other guy does. And, looking at him and does it. Immediately does it. When the guy crosses his arms, Walt, immediately, like he's trying to copy him, right? The reason for that is very obviously because Walt is very insecure in his masculinity. Extraordinarily insecure in his masculinity.
Damn.
And so when he sees someone that, in his mind, fits that, stereotype of a masculine, strong man, he imitates it to a hilarious degree. I'd never seen anyone point that out before. I pointed it out on stream a while ago. My chat didn't believe me, so I found the scene on YouTube and then told people what episode it was. They found the scene and watched it and were commenting, "Holy shit, Zan is right. He's completely..." right. How did I never notice that? Ridiculous how obvious if you actually pay attention. Even beyond examples like that, which are actually fairly hard to notice if you're not like looking for it. That like the show is a arguably progressive feminist critique of toxic masculinity, the pride of men who hold themselves to the expectations that they believe society expects them to hold. Like nobody was actually expecting Walt to figure out and solve all the problems that he was facing financially on his own. No
Right.
one in his life. None of them. Elliot wasn't expecting to. They offered him money to help him. And of course, Hank did too. None of them thought less of him for...
I mean, Hank sort of felt less of him. Like, it was heavily, like, shown that Hank actually did think less of him. Let's not overdo it here. Hank did actually look down on Walt. Walt mirrors all the people who intimidate him, though, from cutting crust of the sandwich to putting the lower hole down before he froze up. True. Like, yeah, Hank did look down on him.
For needing help. He was the one who insisted his pride would be bruised if he didn't do it all himself and become a meth kingpin. Anyway, we got a little off topic, but really what they're complaining about here is postmodernism, and it's embarrassing. It really is. Zan, are you insecure in your masculinity? Not.
Yes, absolutely. Look how Xander Hall is copying the behavior of the two alpha males in his Look how Xander Hall mimics Chadversity and Sargon of Akkad, the two alpha male figures in his life.
Really, but I mean, I guess every guy is to an extent, right? You're kind of lying if you say you're not. But for the most part,
I don't know about that one, Chief. I don't know. I do know men that are not insecure in their masculinity, but if you say so, Zanderhall, if you say so. That felt a little bit like a worrying thing to say. Yes, Hank saw Walt as lesser. It's probably why Hank missed the clues that Walter was Heisenberg. I don't know. I do know men that are pretty secure in their masculinity. I think it's physically possible for a man to be secure in his masculinity without needing to lie about it. It happens. It happens to people. Trust in my judgment.
part, I don't really think about it much. Like, my masculinity and my being a guy or a man really only comes up when it's, like, relevant. Like, it's just not really something you think about, right? Anyway, that's all I have to say on this.
Well, if you don't think about it, then how can you say that everyone is insecure about it? Also, they make it crystal clear that Walt did not have to take up drug game his former partner. Yes, that's true. He just was too insecure to take. Because he quit the company again because of. He quit the company because of pride, and he could have been a billionaire if he stayed in the company because he was one of the founders of the company. And yes, he just screwed it up, and he was too. I don't know. He screwed himself over by quitting in the first place. Yes. So yes, that's Xander Hall. Oh, Lucy is streaming. We can snipe her stream. Look, Lucy is streaming. Do you want me to snipe Lucy's stream and steal her content? We can watch what Lucy's doing and react to that in real time. How do you feel about that idea? How do you feel about the idea of me crashing Lucy's stream to watch what she's watching and comment on it? How many are watching live? 6 people. No, it says 8. It says 6 here, but my meter here says 18. I'm gonna refresh. Okay, 18. It's 18 now. Thank you. Oh my god. Should click it. What will happen if I click it? Stardust. A panel. Are women failing women? Okay, let's watch me. Are women failing women? I hate my voice now. What an inception. Amazing. Oh, it's the chat. Okay, never, whatever. Stardust.
We can. I'm gonna
This
give
was a
you all.
debate?
I'm gonna give you
Was
all.
Oh
this? I don't
god.
know about this, but I'm talking about
It's
specifically
another
when I
cursed
go
Wick
to
panel.
debates, right? When I engage in a debate,
More Wick panels.
engage in something that requires heavy collaboration, and somebody shows up drunk, that irritates me, you know? So.
Okay.
Mid. We can tell when someone is super high or drunk, right? Everyone can tell. Everyone knows, right? It's not a secret. And I would say that.
I mean, I will take this over a panel about Israel Palestine because this is inconsequential, and in the case of Israel Palestine, everybody tries to be an expert. The topic is, are women failing women?
It's fine if you're just, again, on a hangout stream. Like, hey, come play some League of Legends with me. We're gonna hang out on a stream and talk some shit. Cool.
Oh.
Right?
Oh.
But if you show up high as balls to a discussion about Israel Palestine.
Of course. Why did they have to shut up about Israel Palestine, especially you, Wick? Especially you. Especially you should shut up about this topic. Please. I beg you.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
crazy. That's crazy.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
That's,
Yeah,
that's
right.
super irritating to me. Or if I'm like entering a debate about like, I don't know, something serious, right? Like this is how people make their money. This is their career.
Stardust, you entered the debate about marginalizing non-binary people and you just started shouting at President Sunday. You do this. You enter serious debates and act unprofessionally. And now you say it irritates you. Come on. You're guilty of this. Raise up tweeting icon, they forget she has their moms. You do this, Stardust. You're
Like, I don't show up to my job drunk, right? So.
I guess I don't take women seriously enough. I'm sorry.
What? Sorry.
What? I don't. What?
I thought this was a fun discussion about, whatever. Just
what?
about why women fail women. Are we failing each other right now?
I wasn't even even talking about this specifically, but like, yeah, specifically like when especially female streamers show up to debates, like, you know, it just, I don't know, just seems.
I agree.
Yeah.
Like if they're trying to show up to a debate and
I mean, Stardust, you do this. You show up to debates and just act like, I don't know, you start screaming and you do this. Someone made a video about Stardust called The Worst Debate on Twitch, made on Stardust hostile and embarrassing debate with Merrick. What is it a one about Mr. Girl?
you know they want to be taken seriously.
Is that the one?
That's fine.
Oh yikes. Sometimes some people like to dabble. I don't know. It's like difficult because I do see both sides, but I also see the
What? I remember that debate. Absolutely atrocious.
side of like sometimes even if it's like a semi-serious debate, it's like as long as they are coherent, so you can actually go back and forth with them, their arguments make sense. Inherently, I don't think it's a big issue.
If it's coherent, if they're coherent, then I probably can't even tell, right? Like I probably wouldn't even be able to tell. If I can tell, then there's an issue, right? So
Yeah,
Okay.
then it's just like, okay, now I have to endure this maybe for
Well,
2
and it
hours.
comes
Yeah.
in. It comes into how women feel other women, right? So I think that as
Huh?
again, women already have a problem in this space being taken seriously. That's just true.
True. People
there
don't
is a
take
problem
me
where
seriously.
men don't take women as seriously as they do other men.
Mm.
I don't know if it's simply the professorial beard that I have that makes people listen when I
You don't have a professorial beard. Do not. Don't. Don't flatter yourself. You do not have a professorial beard.
say something.
Same with the Richard Spencer one.
Like, I have been on a show with Stardust, and I'll use you as an example here, Stardust, where Stardust has made an argument and everyone ignored her argument. I made the same argument not 2 minutes later, and then everyone engages with me, right?
That happened to me.
What happened to your tooth? Who doesn't take Lucy seriously? Let me at him. I don't know. Stardust didn't take me seriously for one.
It's going to happen again, right?
Yeah.
And
Just
so
saying.
when you turn up to a
Stardust didn't take me seriously during that panel.
debate space or a contentious conversation or to any kind of serious talk, and you're tripping balls,
Sorry.
you are just reinforcing the stereotype that women should not be taken seriously. And I would argue that if you were showing up to these spaces high as fuck, you are failing women because it does play into this stereotype.
No, I don't.
Who comes to debates high as quack to begin with? You're the host and she's Stardust host. Bad example, true.
think I'm failing women.
I don't think so. Because think about it. Honestly, being high, okay, maybe it's not the best, right? But it's not worse than like shaking your boobs on stream. Like you've seen like the hot tub streamers, and I'm once again nothing against them. Make your money how you have to make your money. But I really do think that's a lot worse than somebody showing up
Yes,
high.
I think if someone shows up to a debate stream and they just start shaking their boobs to make
Again, what a. This is the highbrow content that Wig produces.
their point, I'm not going to take them seriously either. I think that also is bad, but it's not
but
an
that
either
doesn't
or
happen.
thing.
What we have
right?
happened,
Well,
you know.
To be fair,
don't
if
talk
that
about
had happened on a panel, I don't know how I would react, but it, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I guess that's it, right? Like there are just some people that just rather have a debate and be taken seriously than just kind of, have fun with it. And
I
that
mean,
sucks.
there's nothing wrong with having fun with something, right? But like
We're having too much fun, Stardust, with this topic, with these topics.
talking about how women are trying to be taken seriously within specific spaces, right? And even being taken seriously while you're having fun is also a thing, right? There, being taken seriously, having people not think that they can get away with saying whatever to you, right? It goes in together.
I mean, that's true. There is being treated unseriously, and there's being treated seriously when you're being playful. Yeah.
Right? So you do want to be taken seriously, even if you are having a stream where you're having fun with people. And
True.
yeah, I don't know. That's just kind of like my read on it. So
What's your read?
yeah.
Okay, fair enough. I don't want to. This. Yeah, I didn't mean to.
Are
Didn't
we
mean to.
pro legalization? I don't know how it works in the states. I don't know if it's legalized
I'm pro
everywhere.
legalization of weed. I'm pro
Pro
legalization of
legalization.
weed. But like, I'm a weed user myself. But like, I don't show up, to
Yeah, I
my
wouldn't.
streams.
I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't get
Yeah.
high before I drove, right? Or I
Yeah,
wouldn't get
yeah.
high before I was going to do a job interview.
Well,
I wouldn't get
deal.
high before I was going to go.
They are talking about
and
women
babysit
betraying
someone's
women.
Kid, right? Like there are certain things like you were expected to be respectful of people's time and people's audiences and people's attention, right? And if you are showing up, it shows a disregard and a disrespect for people's spaces and times. If you're
Here's
just
a
gonna
question.
show up,
Here's a question I have, Wick. The first time
Please.
you let me on a panel, okay? Could you tell that I was inebriated?
Nope.
You couldn't tell I was high out of my mind.
Nope.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I was high out of my mind. It was like my first stream. I'm like, let's just, relax a little bit. But like, it was enjoyable for the stream. I was able to interact. I was coherent because you're telling me you couldn't tell. So I think
If
it
I
is
can't
possible.
tell, it's not an issue.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it depends.
We're not
on
talking. If you can do it, cool. I am saying most people can't.
Well, again,
How do
there's
you know that most people can't? See how old was the kid in the book? Why are you asking? Very young. Um, give or take 13 years old. Give or take 13. Someone mentioned Zan? Yes. Damn.
That's the thing.
moderation, right? There's moderation. So if it's to the if you're just like buzzed or whatever, or if it's like it's not if it's not interfering with your ability to engage meaningfully with other people, then it's fine, but like when it's noticeable, when I can notice that somebody is like out of their mind, like that, that's where it makes a difference. So
When it's not, yeah. Okay, that's fair.
mhm.
That's very
I just-
nitpicky.
Is it? Why?
A little bit. I think it's kind of like, I guess that goes back into the
I don't know,
content
this
creation
panel's
thing, like
boring.
basically alienating
But I'm
your
still waiting for the
audiences and
person. I
whatnot,
don't think I'm gonna have my
because it's
conversation
like,
today.
oh,
I wanted
I can
to.
tell you're just like, like that. So
I mean,
you're
I
not
have
actually
audience
listening to me.
Well, I have audience members who get high or who drink while they're watching me, but
Wow.
And you think
I
they
know
can
that
understand you and take you seriously like that?
yeah, absolutely, because I'm still working on providing a clear communication to them, right? If I am unable to do that, they're not going to enjoy the stream.
True.
It's about like what am I providing to my audience that is
That is an excellent question, Stardust. What are you providing to your audience? That is a very good question
is meaningful for them.
that I would
Why
like answered
they even want to have me
immediately.
on, So yeah, somebody in my chat just said I'm drunk as balls already. So
See?
Yeah, but
That's
the
relatable.
audience does not have the same responsibility, right? That the
What do you provide indeed?
content creator does. Like my audience can, as long as they
I regret being subscribed for 2 weeks.
obey like the rules of my chat, they can do whatever. They don't look.
Yeah.
They don't. Half of them.
I mean,
don't-
Stardust is still bigger than me. How big is Stardust? How big is Stardust? Let's see how unjust the world is. Shark Trio Zero is streaming. Let's see how unjust this world is. Why am I looking for Stardust separately? We are on Stardust's channel, 11,000 subscribers. How many people are watching Stardust live? 35 people.
Don't even listen to me. All they do is turn the sound off and look in and make comments on my beard, and they'll send me weird DMs about it. Okay, that's like a portion of my audience, a not insignificant portion.
You have a weird audience, Wick, but then again, what else do you provide apart from the beard?
It's fine. That's how they want to engage with my content. That's their choice.
Content.
But as a content creator, as someone who
Content
is
creator.
collaborating with other content creators, right? I do have a...
You only collaborated with me once and then never again. Well, no one starts at 1 million subs, right? True. How many subs have I got? Let's check it out, gigglers. $976. We're getting there. We're getting to 1K at least. Recommend me to your friends or something.
responsibility to be on time, right? To show up not cognitively impaired through drugs, alcohol, or sleep deprivation, etc. I have a responsibility to obey the rules.
Oh,
of
it's
their
under
chat,
1,000.
the rules of their stream.
Still,
These
you
are
know.
all things that are responsibilities that I think content creators have. And when you fail in those responsibilities, and when you don't live up to those responsibilities, it is disrespectful, and it does hurt the credibility of whatever group you are seen to represent. As a man, unfortunately or fortunately, I have the privilege is I don't represent a group. I'm just vanilla.
What? Wait, what? As a man, I don't really represent a group. I'm vanilla. Wick is so silly. I don't know anyone to recommend to. I'm too radical to anyone I know. I see.
I'm Wick. There's no one identifies me with really anything else, pretty much.
That is so sad. That is... Oh my god. That's some of the saddest things I've ever heard. I'm just Wick. Nobody really identifies me with anything. That is such a sad thing to say. Now I just feel bad. Like, look at name me any streamer. Random streamer that you know. Give me their name. And I will tell you if I can identify them with anything. Give me a name. Any. Shoot me with a name right now of a streamer. Vosh. Horses. There you go. That was easy. PewDiePie. Accusations of being a Nazi. Shark. Going to the gym and wholesomeness. And with calling people stinkies. Or something. Xanderhall. Weed. And being a stoner. Demon Mama. Wholesomeness. Demons. uh, deep investigations into drama that is not drama baiting Lucy. Ugly face. What about Hest? Illiteracy. See, I've got one for everybody. We can continue like this. But Wick, I'm just Wick. I'm just Wick. Nobody really identifies me with anything. I'm just a nobody. Do you need a hug? Maybe. A nice hug. But, okay, any other? Do you want to continue to see why? Want to continue, or have I proven the point? Have I proven the point sufficiently? Asmongold. Cheap steaks. Computer company. Used to be a Trump voter. And moves his eyebrows a lot when he speaks. At least as the Asmongold character. Dream? I don't know Dream. I don't know enough about Dream 2. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Cheating in Minecraft, that one was easy. Okay. So if you want, we can continue this little what do I associate of what do I sort of, what did he say?
But women, no one identifies me with.
There you go. You can continue this game of what do I identify people with when I hear their name, or we can continue the panel. So if you want me to continue with the thing, write continue. And if you want to continue the little game, then write a name, I guess. And I'll tell you what I identify it with. Let's see, is the Kristallnacht discussion on? It depends. I'm waiting for Shakespeare. Because I was having this discussion of Shakespeare, but they're not here. Wick. Dorkiness. 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 Associate Wick with being a dork. I identify dork. I identify the dork in Wick. Anyone else besides Wick? If we're done, just tell me we're done. I am very interactive with the audience, so this is a democracy. My allegiance is to the republic, to democracy, which is why I ask your opinion. I could not. I could be one of those awful streamers that just does not ask the audience for opinions, but I do. Because I value it. I think the point's been made. Okay.
With really anything else, pretty much. But women creators, right? Especially people of color women creators, and we can say it's unfair, and it very much is, they are seen as representatives of a group in a way that I am not. Do we disagree?
I
Only
don't
if they want to
disagree.
be.
Yeah, so I don't think it should. I don't think you should be required to be a representative, but I do think it's like part of. Unfortunately, people see you whether you
I'm a representative of all the gigglers. I want it. Soul. Transphobia.
want to be or not. But yeah, I would say it just comes down to like
I
to
identify with transphobes.
a consideration thing for like the people around
what
you,
I
and the people
remember
who
of
are
him.
like like
So it's a networking thing.
not networking. It's just It's just like
Why
it's
are you
just
sorry?
decency, I guess. Like politeness. It's also it has to do with like, is this person putting in a lot of work? Am I like fucking up their content if I'm not putting in 100%, things like that. So
I put in the effort. I try. I see. Thank you, Greater Int.
Let's
Okay.
try this. I think we're circling the drain a little bit. I'll ask one more question, then if you don't, guys.
That is what happens with Wick panels or with things that Wick partakes in.
If you ladies don't mind, we'll take some calls because there's some men in my audience who have big.
I should call. Should I call in to Wick? Wait, there's a. Let me see. Backstage. You know that I could go to the backstage and call in. You want me to?
Problems with all
Okay.
you women. Okay.
Okay.
No,
Of
I want to
course,
give them a
I want to
chance.
hear mine.
I want to give them a chance to take you to task.
I don't really know what to add to this, to be quite honest. To be brutally honest, I have no clue what I would add to this. So I'd be just calling in for the sake of calling in.
Do women content creators have any responsibilities towards the men in their audience? And if so, what?
I mean, I think it would be
What?
nice. So responsibility is
I'm
I don't
sorry,
know.
what sort of a question is that? Why would any content creator have any special responsibility to any specific gender in their audience? What? That makes.
know if
What
I
sort of a
agree with-
question
I think
is
it would
that?
be nice.
Audience. Do women take you
Huh?
to task? Do women content creators have any responsibilities towards the men in their audience? And if so, what?
That make
I mean, I think it would
that's a stupid question. Don't ask stupid questions, Wick.
be nice. So responsibility
nice.
is I don't know if I agree with responsibility.
Use another
and-
word if you'd rather.
Yeah. It would be good, and it would be beneficial for female content creators to be able to
You'd call
reach
in and
out
ask
and
him.
connect with their male audiences, and not like belittle their problems, not belittle their fears, their wants, right?
That's not a woman specific responsibility. That's a responsibility of any decent human. Why is this framed as a woman responsibility to not be awful to people? And why does this only apply to men? I mean, you don't really have a responsibility to anyone unless you're like a doctor, a parent, or something. I mean, you have a responsibility when it comes to what messaging you're putting out to your audiences. You do have that responsibility, but
right? Try to connect with them, because that's going to be like the best way to connect, and best way to build an audience, really, and also to just make them feel heard, you know? So
okay.
I guess that's what I would say.
Am I making you heard? Am I making my audience heard? Yes or no in the chat if you feel heard when I stream. If you don't, I feel sorry, and I will do my best to correct the record. Yes. Be blunt, be honest, and tell me if you feel heard by me.
Okay. Yeah.
Interesting. What about you?
Interesting. Interesting. What about you? Interesting. How interesting. Nobody
Feel,
else responded.
Okay. What do you
Only Maya Mayor feels heard by me. That feels bad.
think?
I do think there's some sort
Okay,
of
I will work on making all of you feel heard, okay? I will work on that.
responsibility. Like I said, and I think I've repeated this quite a bit, but just the over sexualization. I think we
I learned recently about a social phenomenon and how women tend to move out of the way on sidewalk almost every time, whereas men get generally want like there were experiments done when women wouldn't move first and men kept running into them because they weren't.
have to be careful because it does have an impact on young men. No, it is not just it's not just women who have to worry about that. It's also men. But I do
How do can you elaborate on what do men have to worry about? What do I have to worry about if a woman over sexualizes herself on stream? What
well,
does that matter to me as a
I
man?
think what happens is when men see that from one, they're going to expect it from another, right? So they might see another female creator that they're like, oh, this girl's cool, but I want to see a little bit more of her. I want her to do similar things to the other person I
I
watch.
see.
So that's why I say it's kind of like on both parties in a way. And that's why maybe just the over sexualization and the nature of just like how you present yourself, the things you say, you should just be a little careful with.
Mid, what do you think?
I think people just simply have to just know how to connect with their audiences, and instead of more complaining at them, complaining about their own problems, sort of thing, you know?
Do I complain at you, my audience? I don't complain. I never complain. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. I try not to complain.
Fair enough. Okay. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Let's bring on some guests. People are begging,
no.
pleading, screaming for me to let some people on.
Oh no.
Gang, before I do though, you gotta support me.
I've never ever heard Lulu complain in a bad way. Thank you. Thank you. I try not to complain. I think.
Me financially. That's the responsibility the audience has to the Wick. Okay, you have to give the Wick money,
Wick.
bits, super chats, subs, donos, etc. Send me super chats, send me bits, send me money.
How
Okay,
desperate.
that's it. Let's bring in. I know you guys want this. I know you guys want this bad.
How desperate. That said, please donate.
Hello.
Oh, it's
You're
Mantis.
live.
Hi, Mantis.
Who is this? I don't know this person.
Oh my god, are they not here? I bring them up. Everyone's screaming.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Sorry, I was on mute. I've only got a short time, so I'm probably going to stir something up,
See, now we cannot take you seriously anymore because you were muted.
and then I have to go away. So I'm sorry in advance for that. But I'm listening, and I think that just by virtue of having this panel and this topic and discussing it in the way you're discussing it, I think you've accidentally stumbled into one of the main issues for women in this space, and that's just sort of any woman who gets up in this space and does pretty much anything is therefore representative of all women. And I think that in itself is fucked. Absolutely ridiculous.
As Sugar, and I would sometimes not step out of the way for a man who clearly expected me to.
Because I think as a content creator of any kind, any gender, you get up and you want to make whatever content you want to make. You want to appear however the fuck you want to appear.
I run into a different problem in Poland sometimes. And it's regardless of gender, okay? When I walk towards a person and we both want to get out of each other's way, sometimes this awkward thing happens when we get out of each other's way in the same direction and then get out of each other's way in the same direction, and it gets weird.
And it doesn't matter whether you put
it's regardless of gender.
Up on or wear glasses or do your hair, or if you do none of those things. It doesn't matter if you get stoned or drunk, depending on TOS. You should just be, by virtue of being an individual content creator, get up there and be able to do that. And then I think the problem is, as women, this is the problem. We are therefore held up as representatives of an entire group, and we have some kind of collective group guilt that we have to adopt as some kind of responsibility or something that we owe. And I don't see that happening as often for men. I just don't. And I also just think that what's been talked about in this panel is almost every part of it has just been an example of why this is a problem.
May I ask what part specifically, if you have a specific part?
Well, in a way, I was listening and you guys are saying stuff about makeup and how they appear. Do they have some kind of responsibility to appear less sexual because it's bad for women to be sexualized? I think if a woman is going to get up there and dress up sexual and then complain about being sexualized, there's an issue with that individual content creator. I don't think it needs to be extrapolated to an entire gender group. And I also don't think that women wearing makeup and appearing hot or pretty is necessarily inherently a bad thing for women.
Hot.
Who gives a hell? Who
I appear hot. Hot tomato.
Who gives a shit? Of course, look hot. Yeah. It fucking sells. The problem here is probably the demand, not the supply.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
I would agree with that.
I think that was actually a really good point, because it is the demand by men, and this is what men want to see. They want to see beautiful women. They like the makeup, no matter what anyone says. And sometimes women just want to feel nice. Want to put on makeup. I think that's okay.
Yeah.
I hear you, Mantis.
Maybe I should start wearing makeup to streams. Maybe that'll attract more audiences. Makeup or no makeup? Chat, decide. Write yes or no. Makeup or no makeup. Which means I'm going to have to learn it. I'm going to learn makeup on stream. How about that? That could be a thing, actually. That could be a thing. Not really, no.
When you say that this shouldn't be happening, we shouldn't be holding people up to be a representative group, I agree. But we have to deal with reality how it is, rather than how we would wish it would be. And whether we like it or not, a lot of people do hold up women as representatives of women in this space in a way that they do not with men. Is that not true?
I think that's absolutely true, and therefore I think maybe a better panel to have had would have been, why do we hold women to such high standards of collective group guilt, as opposed to which women are making women look bad? You're literally contributing to it.
I know.
You're actually contributing to it.
But that's
True, but that's the nature of Wick panels, contributing to a problem rather than, you know, helping in any way. That's the nature of the Wick zone, contributing to a problem.
that's
Isn't
the
it?
thing, right? We
That
have to
is the
give
thing.
examples of why it's
But-
wrong
Hello.
and why it's bad. And
Easter's
But
like,
that's not
sometimes
what you're doing,
people-
Wick. That's not what you're doing. You're
what
saying,
am I doing? Tell me,
yeah,
please.
You're saying
you're
it
contributing to the problem, Coca-Cola man.
is bad that women are like who get up there and content create are being held to represent all women.
Yep.
However, they are, and so let's discuss how they are and what they should be
Yep.
doing better so that they aren't going to represent women badly. What the fuck?
Absolutely. Right? Like we could say, well, man, someone shouldn't have set my house on fire. That's really wrong of them to do. How dare they? But you know what would be helpful in this situation, now that we're in it, to know how to either A, fight the fire or get the fuck out. Because if we just sit there and say, this is unfair and I'm not going to deal with it, we will burn to death. And that is not going to help anyone. So
But
we are
I
in a
don't think
situation, we are in a situation right now where we do have this.
Depends. Maybe someone wants you to. Okay, never mind. Oh my goodness.
Toxic, and I would agree it's a bad thing. So we have to know how to swim in these waters, even though we know they're poisonous, and also work on
What? The mind of a Wick.
towards getting the water less toxic in general. But while we're
Okay.
here, while the house is on fire, we need to know how to protect
Poisonous water. Don't swim in poison. True. You're right. Of course.
ourselves and protect other people.
Okay, well here's a little piece of advice then I'm gonna give to all the women content creators. Don't listen to fucking anyone who holds you up as like representative of the group. Do your thing, and if people come into your community and go, "Oh, your arguments are so shit," classic women. Like this is a woman thing to say. This is a woman way to look. You're contributing to the talk. How about instead of saying
That is a weird way. That is a really weird thing to say to a woman. That is a woman way to look. I mean, yeah. That is a woman. That is such a woman way. Yes, thanks. Thanks. As a woman, I have a woman way of. It's such a woman way to look. You have such a woman look about you. Actually, don't use. Depends. Like, when you. Okay, I'm gonna give you big advice, okay? When, let's say, you are frying something and your stove catches fire, your hot pan catches fire, never try to douse it with water. Don't do it. It'll just make things worse. Trust me.
that, you say, "No, you're toxic. Get the fuck out of here." Like, you know, I see this as well, like on Destiny
do it.
stream. I know it's a particularly interesting community, but he's even stamped down on the fact that when women come on and they talk, all the comments and everyone, they hear whatever they're saying and they don't say, "Oh, Lav is crap. Lav is blah blah blah." They say, "Oh, Lav represents all women and women are." This is just classic woman.
Lav? No. I've never heard anyone say that Lav represents all. No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Lav absolutely does not represent all women or even some women. Lav.
Behavior, and that's what they do. I think calling that out first and foremost is actually going to be more helpful than calling out women who are somehow behaving in ways that reinforce this toxicity.
Mhm.
The fact that the toxicity is there to begin with is more like important to point out, and then you can talk about how potentially these women might be doing things that are a little bit annoying.
Lav is
But like,
transformed.
I don't think it's
real
very
transformation.
helpful to stand up there and go, "This woman's tits are out and it's gross," and that's what's making this space so bad for women.
I don't
Who
think
cares if their tits are out?
I don't think
Who
that's
gives a shit?
inherently
Yeah,
what's happening. I
look,
think you can criticize some parts of what we see. If we see over sexualization, I think it's okay for women to criticize some aspects of it. It doesn't inherently mean you cannot do those things, but yeah, it's okay to be criticized.
I agree. I agree that it's fine to criticize some aspects, but the problem I'm having is that it's therefore being extrapolated onto an entire group. And now women who come into this space who want to become content creators are thinking, oh, I have this heavy burden of representing all women, and it stifles their ability to just do whatever they would like to do.
Mm-hmm. I tend to agree with that. That's why I don't agree with the idea of like responsibility. I don't think any woman has responsibility to other women in the space. I just think it would be nice.
I can really tell. I agree. I agree that Stardust dislikes the idea of responsibility. I can definitely see that. I can definitely see that Stardust sees responsibility as a BS concept. A woman can do what she wants with her body, right? Right. Yes.
For certain women to do certain things because it does make life easier for the rest of the people online. But yeah,
yeah, I think if women were out there yelling at a woman content creator being in their chat or being on their stream going, ooh, this woman is so gross, she doesn't wear makeup, that if they're being toxic towards each other like that, that's perfectly reasonable to call out. And I think that's like would be a horrible thing to do, not just by virtue of them being women, but just it's horrible to do to anybody. But it does create
I'm getting bored of this. I'm getting bored.
Space for women. But yeah, I just this whole like streamers and content creators and everyone has this like, oh, you owe this group this because you're this part of this group somehow is like is kind of the actual issue. I don't actually think many people owe many people anything. A streamer owes their audience and has a responsibility for some of their audience.
Do you think that you have
and
a
moderation.
responsibility? Do you think you have a responsibility to your community in real life, like so your neighborhood? Do you think you have a responsibility to your neighbors?
To some degree, and it's not a huge degree. I actually don't think you have an obligation to do almost anything except follow the law. This is the problem. I just don't think there is an obligation, and I think online in these spheres it's like portrayed as an obligation. You don't even have an obligation to be nice, actually.
I agree that you don't have to, but I disagree whether you should. I think people
yeah, but this is what it always comes down
nasty,
to is this
example,
should like question, and I just think it's a little
this
lots
is
of people
getting
should
boring.
do a lot of things.
We're gonna wait like a few minutes more, and I'm just gonna move on to a more serious topic because
there's also
that's true.
There's also no obligation from women in real
panels are so bad. It's
real life to represent all women in IRL spaces, right? So
absolutely not. Absolutely not. And if anyone tried to say that to me in real life, that, oh, I don't like the way you're dressing or the way you're speaking or what you're saying in this little setting because you're making women look bad, I'd probably fucking slap a bitch.
Yeah, but if someone said, hey, your actions are hurting those around you, right? We'll take the gender out of it. And we'll just, again, your community members.
Yeah, but that's my point. Take the gender out of it. Take the gender out of it.
That's fine. But again, we have to recognize that we do have, I know you hate that word, but we do have these responsibilities. But I want to give Mooncake a chance to go. I want to argue with you, but again, I want to let the women argue with you.
Okay, I do have to go.
I know you
really
have to go.
Hate that I have to go.
I want to have you on though because I absolutely disagree. Contact me. We'll set that up. I'll see you later.
Deal.
Thank you for coming on. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, guys, and sorry and thanks.
Thank you.
Do you want to say anything? Comment?
I think obligation depends on your personal ethics. If it pertains to quid pro quo duty and them.
What's on that, Mooncake, before bringing the next guest?
Oh, it sucks that she left because I had a lot more questions.
I know.
I do agree with her. Like, in no way are we the spokesperson of women. Like, just to make that completely clear, right? My opinions are my opinions, and like you can like them or not, right? I just don't like the idea that no one ever bears any type of responsibility. Because if we just look at society, right, there are certain things that we maybe expect. Maybe I shouldn't use the word expect. There are certain ways you can portray yourself, that does affect the way people view you. I hate to be this person, but unfortunately, in my community, right, I have a problem sometimes with some of the rappers we see that die all the time, right? Who promote certain lifestyles, certain music. I just don't like it. I don't think it's a great idea. And
Okay.
do they bear some sort of responsibility? I think so, right? So I just don't like this idea that we can't criticize women or men for certain things that they do, right? That do impact the
Here's
way
a
they're viewed.
one of the first questions ever asked in all of creation. Am I my brother's keeper? That's what it comes down to, right? Are you, right, responsible for those around you? Are you your brother's keeper? And again, I would agree, no one should have to. I think have to is just not good. But that's meaningless because I'm not here to tell people what they have to do. What I'm here is to hopefully show and teach people what they should do. And that
Teach.
applies
Ah,
across
yes, Wick teaching people what they should do. Teach us, Wick. I mean, these conversations are kind of boring. Okay, let's just get to the. Okay, I'm gonna do this until we're finished with the game. How about that? How does that sound? Does that sound good?
all sorts
Wick is going to teach us what we should do.
of if we want to talk about intersectionality of how our identities, how our interactions, how our communities intersect. When I am a part of a community, whether that be a gaming community or a streaming community or any
Gaming
kind of community, I have a responsibility to those within the community who interact with that community. I just do. And to
Just
act,
do.
and I think one of the most toxic, harmful things, one of the biggest lies ever told is that you aren't responsible. I think that's horseshit. I think it's horseshit, but we'll talk with
Oh.
Mantis at another day about that. Any thoughts from Mid or Stardust on this?
Oh no.
I do agree with Mantis, because, I mean,
Bosch crap.
being a creator is about literally creating your own image to, like, show in front of people. And, you know, that's all just people see in general. And I don't think it really, like, matters. And I agree. Sometimes you gotta know your vibe in certain places. And sometimes
He's such a weak panel.
it's not always gonna click. So I just believe that we don't really have a collective responsibility as creators, with both men and women, honestly, in how we represent or spread our ideas.
I guess that's good.
Sure. Go ahead.
He
Stardust.
never has me ever.
Oh, I
I guess
got
If
it.
you don't got nothing, you don't got nothing.
slowly.
We could bring on the next guest. Speaking of people who are
He
responsible,
didn't even bring me on this cringy Israel the panels. To be the Polish Jewish token person.
for many things, many terrible, horrific, catastrophic things. Azzy, what's up?
Why are you saying I'm in charge of that? Why are you saying I'm responsible for?
Because
What's
it's
that?
funny and it's a good introduction. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't. You make me look bad, man. I'm trying to.
No, I can't make you look bad. Look at that beard. Look at that. Look at that wonderful, lovely, picturesque face. I cannot make you look bad, no matter how hard I try. Azzy, you're lovely. You're wonderful. What you got for us?
Yeah, I feel like this conversation is turning to milquetoast because nobody really wants to tread on anything. I'm not even going to say spicy. It's just anything of substance.
Let's say I have a question. Is Gaza similar to Warsaw ghettos? Yes. In my personal opinion, yes. Yes, it is. We could talk about why, but in my opinion, the similarity is undeniable.
I mean, like, yeah, and I think Mantis
Sit
is a
up,
part of the
brother.
problem. I think Mantis is a part of the problem, right? To say that you don't represent anything, if you chose to be a content creator of any form, if you chose to go live stream to even to one viewer, you still represent something. So to say that, oh, now I'm no longer the arbiter of any type of community, I think it's just lazy, and I feel that's what the problem is, especially for women. There's a lot of women who responsibly get up, go live,
I was
press a button
thinking that
every
too.
day,
Kind of wild.
and treat this
It
like a
is
job,
wild.
treat it like a profession. And I feel
Just
like there's a lot of
that is
content.
one of the things that makes me the most. That is one of the things that makes me most sick about the whole situation in Israel. That is actually one of the big things that makes me feel ill about it. Okay, let's just go here. I'm gonna make this sign a bit smaller. Remember, you can still give me dentist money. That is still a thing that you can do. So, you're gonna go to some news now. We're gonna go from the copy, paste. I'm gonna translate them. We're gonna go through all of the daily news. Oh. We're gonna go from the newest news backwards. And we're gonna see. Okay, we're starting. So the relation has ended at midnight. We're gonna talk about the important stuff of Ukraine tomorrow. So we're gonna recap yesterday. Missile danger of a few regions of Ukraine. Air forces have warned citizens of a few regions of Ukraine about rocket danger or missile danger. Ukraine is easier to read than Polish, and they have a whole another alphabet. I'm learning it. So the Kherson region and Mikołajowski region. I don't know how to translate that into Polish. It is connected with a threat of using unmanned ships, airships. The army has sort of said. And before, the army has also warned the citizens of Poltavsky region, the Dniepropetrovsky region, and of course, an alarm was raised in the Zaporozhye and Kharkiv regions. I don't know. Can you read Cyrillic, Lucy? I'm working on it. I am working on it for personal reasons. Oh, that's a pretty big news from 11 p.m. The chairman, I think that would be chairman. I'm gonna translate it, not to blunder it. Yeah, the chairman. Is it? Yes, chairman. The chairman of the European Parliament. Europe will not get tired of helping Ukraine because there is no other alternative. That's a good attitude to have if there ever was one. There is no other alternative to helping Ukraine. Kremlin would like the Middle East situation to divert our situation away from what's happening to our eastern neighborhood. Our support for Ukraine will not weaken, by all means, will not weaken, as announced by the chairman of the European Parliament, Robert Metsola, which is great news. Because I keep hearing people talking about wanting to lessen the help for Ukraine, to pressure Ukraine to negotiate. And I'm really glad among all these rumors and speculations that the chairman of the European Parliament has declared that no, Europe is not going to get tired, and Europe does not see an alternative to helping Ukraine, which is great. The presidential office of Ukraine denies rumors about a conflict of Zelensky and Zaluzhny. A falling out between political and military leadership of Ukraine is impossible. Meetings on the topic of the needs of the army, the situation on the front, and help and military help from partners happen every single day, said Mikhailo Podolak, an advisor to the chief of the presidential cabinet. New York Times have spoke of a conflict about between the chief of the Ukrainian armed forces and President Zelensky. So this has been sort of denied by Ukraine. "89 Ukrainian people have been evacuated from the Gaza Strip," which there are still Polish people in the Gaza Strip, by the way. I think 20-something Polish people are still within Gaza. As you can see, we're doing a rapid fire sort of news from Ukraine thing on this page that sort of keeps updating news as they happen. For the first time in history, a representative of Russia has not been chosen for the International Tribunal of Justice, which is a good thing, I think. On Thursday, for the first time in history, a representative of Russia has not been chosen for the International Justice Tribunal. He lost with a representative from Romania, the ex-Minister of Internal Affairs, Bogdan Aurescu. We're gonna do a few more of these. Ukraine Armed Forces. Russia has been preparing for 3 months to prepare an offensive on Kupiansk. And now it actively what's the term in English? It brings in equipment, like, I don't know, actively. I'm pretty sure there's a pretty neat term in English for that. So that's happening. The Kupiansk region is currently one of the most difficult regions on the front. The Russians have been actively attacking that region for a month now, and they have started using more and more equipment there. The occupiers have been preparing for these activities for 3 months, as reported by the representatives of the Ukrainian army. I need to... Paul, over 60% of Ukrainian people believe that the accession to the European Union will happen within less than 10 years. I would hope so. But it's difficult. One's going to be really difficult because of the war, because of the devastation, because of so many things. Like, I would hope it would happen, like, within 2 years or something. That would be my hope. That I would root for that to happen. 2 years, and it's in European Union. A majority of Ukrainian citizens is optimistic about the time needed for Ukraine to sort of become part of the European Union. 60.5% thinks that it will happen in less than 10 years. 20.6% thinks it will happen in 2 years, which I really hope. I really hope that 20.6% is correct, but it's gonna be so tough. Only 3.7% of Ukrainians think that Ukraine will be able to become part of the European Union in 10 to 15 years. Another 2% think that it will take more than 15 years. And 6.1% chose the option never. Never would be like never would be like the worst possible outcome for Ukraine. Oh, this is really cool. Prime Minister of Ukraine has listed 5 elements needed to a successful rebuilding of Ukraine. A priority in rebuilding Ukraine should be creating strong strong project units in the regions. The Prime Minister has pointed out, and the name is Denis Shmyhal. The rebuilding is one of our main tasks and priorities. So, when it comes to the rebuilding of Ukraine, there are 5 main elements that are part of it: strategy, resources, infrastructure, implemented infrastructure, strong project teams, and building coalitions that will assist in rebuilding that have international partners, business, and civil society, he added. Strong civil society. Which, true. Stoltenberg, Ukraine has proven that cyberspace is part of modern warfare. Oh, gosh. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia has proven that cyberspace is an integral part of modern warfare activities and a new arena for global competition. And NATO will now pay closer attention for this new arena of warfare, said Chief General of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg. I mean, This is pretty crappy. From 7 p.m. Polish time. So this is from 8 p.m. Ukrainian time. The president of the Czech Republic, Ukraine will probably not be able to gain a military advantage over Russia. I don't agree with that. I think it very well. I think it depends on many factors. I don't think it's such an easy thing to just say. The development of the situation on the front does not indicate that Ukraine can gain a military advantage, said the President of the Czech Republic, Petr Pavel, during a conference, Diplomacy and Security in Prague. Time is on Russia's side, which has more capabilities of mobilization of human resources, said the president, told the president. He added that by gaining time, Russia might replace a lot of resources which it lost, especially with the help of North Korea. I mean, I don't think it's as simple as that. I think, first of all, North Korea's equipment is not really top grade. I'm not so sure about that. Like, I mean, we can all agree that, I mean, Ukraine has been saying that from the very beginning, that help must come quicker and it must not be reactive, it must be active. A transfusion, not a drip. But I don't think it's impossible for Ukraine to gain an advantage over the Russian military. There's a blockade on the Polish-Ukrainian border. Okay, there's a big... I'm gonna do a whole segment about this whole thing because I don't think we can just get any good information from a short news about it. Let me put a pin in it. I'm a bit tired and this is a much bigger topic than just a short. It's as loud as usual. Me, I'm just tired. Oh, the Katyn massacre. Russia might change its textbooks. In Russia, students will learn that Polish people in Katyn were not killed by the Soviet NKVD, but by the Germans. So they're going back to their old lie that they tried to perpetuate. The Russian parliament is on the case to falsify history once again. Damn. Russia. The Ukrainian Neptune missile has been shot above the Black Sea. I don't trust really Russian news. Bloomberg. The European Union considers a plan to help Ukraine in case Hungary vetoes it. The countries of the European Union are considering an alternative financial plan to help Ukraine in the case of a veto from Hungary. The current proposition of help is 50 billion euro. So I guess a 50 billion euro help sort of financial plan is to be implemented. Hungary might veto it, and European Union is already preparing for that for an alternative way to be able to give Ukraine the funds, even if Hungary disagrees. Ukraine has prolonged the war sort of period and mobilization, which makes perfect sense. It will be prolonged to the 14th of February of 2024. European Parliament, the sanctions placed on Russia are not strong enough, are not harsh enough. We must be more strict about executing the sanctions. Even though the European Union has pretty much made 11 packets of sanctions against Russia, the Russian economy has not suffered as much as was predicted and what was expected. As a result, Russia has remained its ability to finance the war. Three parachuters have shot 3 Russian drones in the Mykoyovsky region, which is nice to see. Let's see. Oh, this is very interesting. Chief of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine about negotiations with Russia. Between 2014 and 2022, there have been 200 rounds of talks. We're gonna just read the tweet. To those with short memories, you know, the people that keep talking about negotiating, about maybe Ukraine sitting to the table, giving up some territory, you know, that sort of thing. To those with short memories, between 2014 and 2022, Ukraine held about 200 rounds of talks with Russia. During this period, 20 ceasefire agreements were reached, all of which were quickly violated by Russia. None of those 200 rounds of talks of the 20 ceasefires have prevented Putin from launching a brutal all-out invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2020. Those who argue that Ukraine should negotiate with Russia now are either uninformed or misled, or they side with Russia and want Putin to take a pause before an even larger aggression. We should not and will not fall into this trap. Okay? Here we go. What else? Uh, wait, I'm gonna. Oh my God! Who gave? Oh my gosh! Who said? Thank you. Oh, thank you, fake Alec Parker. Thank you as always. You're the best. Oh, Barry. Yeah, this one has the oh, Barry. All right, thank you. Thank you, thank you. So I think this was a nice one to read. Barry jump scare. Sorry. I'm sorry. So yes, the Metro Kuwebka is scolding all the people that keep pestering about just negotiate, just give up some territory, just do it, just come on, just come on. Why not negotiate? Well, maybe because of this. Just gonna read a few more and then we're just gonna, you know. I'm gonna drink some drink or whatever. Let me see. Let me see this real quick. Uh, there we go. Let's follow this person. So very jump scare. It's a jump scare indeed. I mean, by they can have Austria, we're safe. What? What? I'm sorry. What? Get my $10. Stream's over. Oh, wait, we're back? Are we back? We're back. We're back. Perfect. We're back. Perfect. Excellent. I think it's back. Are we back? Oh, everybody left. I guess everybody left. Since everybody's gone, I guess. Wait, has everybody left? Give me a sign. Give me a sign, everyone, that you're still here. Oh, okay, I'm gonna read this. This one's ridiculous. This one news is so ridiculous that I have to read it. Back. Yeah, we're back. Holy crap. That's from 2 p.m. ish. What ridiculous news. Uh, Medvedev, from the beginning of the year, 410,000 people have became contracted with the Russian Federation Army. Such information was given by the, I guess, oh God, how do you say zastępca? The rep. I guess I'm tired. Deputy. By the deputy chief. No, by the deputy secretary of the defense ministry of the Russia Federation, Dmitry Medvedev, says that in Russia you can observe an increase of people that are ready to, and get ready for this, defend their country and their homeland. There's an increase of people ready to defend their homeland and their country. Hello. Defend your country and homeland from what? From the people you are invading? What is this ridiculous framing? We're gonna defend ourselves from the invasion that we have started and are continuing in Ukraine. This is so ridiculous. We're conscripting more people to defend our homeland. Ah, yes. Russia is clearly the party defending itself in this whole situation, isn't it? Welcome back, everybody. What do you even say to this? This is so ridiculous. And of course, because Russia is Russia, we've already heard recently how kidnapped children from Ukraine are already starting to reach the age of conscription. That's one thing. And the other thing is, Russia has mobilized 3,000 people since last month on the illegally occupied Crimea. 3,000 people illegally mobilized because Crimea itself is illegally occupied. Such information was given by Ukrainian television Suspilne. Ukrainian television informs about an illegal mobilization which continues in Crimea. Russia plans to mobilize 60,000 citizens of Crimea in total this year. And so far, from the beginning of the year, they have sort of conscripted into the army 23,000 citizens of Crimea, which the international community considers as an integral part of Ukraine. Wonderful. Just wonderful. There will be a big farce conference with Putin this year. The direct line with Vladimir Putin, unorganized, I think that was organized before the war, a yearly event, a multi-hour spectacle in which the president of Russia answers the question asked him by regular citizens of Russia. And so it will happen this year, and it will be combined with a huge press conference, which Putin also organized before the war, informed a representative of Kremlin, Dmitry Peskov. We still don't know when this amazing event will take place, just so you know. Earlier yesterday, this one's from 1:24 p.m., so that would be 2:24 p.m. Ukraine time. Vladimir Putin has talked with the president of Kazakhstan about cooperation, military and technology cooperation. Putin is having an official visit in Kazakhstan. Putin has reminded after the talks with Kasim Jomart Tokayev that Russia helps Kazakhstan in training its army personnel, and has activated in Kazakhstan a licensed production and servicing of Russian military equipment. Oh, this one's interesting. Zelensky about future relations of Ukraine with Russia. That will be decided by future generation. During a meeting with, a sort of remote meeting with students from Mexican universities, Volodymyr Zelensky, president of Ukraine, when speaking about post-war relations of Ukraine with Russia, said that will be decided by future generations. It will all depend on how Russia will end this war. Will it leave our territory alone? Will Russia's next generations be ready to apologize? And will justice be brought back through court judgments? The future depends on many such questions or topics.
Ласкаво запрошуємо вас на зустріч з його високоповажністю президентом Володимиром Зеленським, президентом України, з мексиканськими студентами. Тепер ми передаємо слово метру Едуардо Луїсу Едуардо Альверде Монтемайору, який нам скаже декілька слів. Доброго вечора, Україно. Доброго дня, Мексико. Ваша високоповажність, президент України Володимир Зеленський.
Okay, as much as I understand this more or less, I don't think anybody in the audience does. Oh my goodness. I had hoped this would have some sort of English subtitles, but...
Шановна пані посол Оксана Драмарецька, Я щиро вітаю вас за організацію цієї конференції та демонстрацію своєї волі до цієї важливої події. Шановні ректори мережі університетів Анаhuac, ректори системи ТЕК, ректор Ібероамериканського університету міста Мехіко, керівники, що організували цю зустріч. Вітаємо з цією багатозначною роботою, яка представляє нас як мексиканців і лідерів нашої країни. Шановні викладачі, адміністратори та присутні студенти, всім ласкаво просимо. Відносини між народами Мексики та України.
Okay, I'm just wasting your time. I'm trying to see how much I can understand. I understand quite a lot. Oh, another mysterious death of a Russian office worker. Maxim Ovchinnikov, a second in command of a big corporation director, died after a serious illness. And the next sentence will probably be the cause of the death. The next sentence is the cause of the illness. For years now, he has been waging a war on corruption. Oh boy. That's just... okay. That's what happens. Oh, on the southern front, Russians has lost their anti-air kit set S-300B4, whatever that means. It tells me nothing, of course, as always, because I have no clue about weaponry. A 50-year-old died, woman died as a result of the shelling of the Beozerensky region in her son. That's the information given to us by the Kherson Oblast, I guess. Military prosecutor's office. In 2024, WATFA will give 5 million euro for the purpose of rebuilding the Chernihovsky Oblast. Okay, I guess we're gonna end here. We went in a rapid pace through a lot of news, starting from like now to... I guess we're gonna be using this page from now on. So I guess if you've enjoyed this stream, press like, subscribe, hit the bell, and you know what to do. Let's see. So that's it. Thank you. Love and solidarity. I'm sorry for the internet hiccup. And I'll see